Yo, what's happening, people? Okay, we is live right now. Live from the village right now. It is 13 minutes past 7 p.m. in the evening right now. It is the 1st of August 2022 right now. I'm in London, England right now. Where you at, fam? Where you at? It is movie night tonight. And the plan is to watch Return of the Living Dead 2, which is the second, as you might have guessed, the second movie in the series. We watched Return of the Living Dead, I think, that's a few weeks ago now, isn't it? I think it's about a month ago, maybe more. It was a little while ago. I mean, I guess the plan is to maybe get through all 5 of these movies at some point. You know, like watch them watch one every few weeks until we get through them all or something like that. But the first one was pretty cool. You know, had some humor, had some horror humor. And now we're about to do part 2. This is Return of the Living Dead part 2. This is a premium movie on Amazon Prime, which means you got to either pay to rent it or pay to buy it, if you should so choose. You do not have to do that, of course. You can just come along and have some fun. If you want to do that, you can and watch along with. If you don't, still stick around. We have some fun, chat about it. Maybe you've seen the movie already, maybe you haven't, but either way, we're gonna have some fun tonight. That's the plan, man. That's the plan. But yeah, it is 7:15. So let's see what's been happening before we get this movie started. Beyonce, I guess that's the big news, or one of the big news is, depending on which, depending on how you feel about that. But Beyonce released a new album, I think about 3 days ago, 4 days, a little while ago, this recently anyway. I think this past Friday, I think it came out. And I ain't know how many people who come to this channel listen to Beyonce. My guess is probably not too many, because we tend to talk a lot about, when it comes to music, like heavy metal and rap. But you know, that don't mean you don't listen to Beyonce. It don't mean that. I mean, I spent the weekend listening to the album over and over again. And although that kind of sounds like, wow, you must have really enjoyed it. Yes and no. So what it is that I these days when I listen to music, I tend to be in my car driving. That's not the only time, I suppose, but it's pretty much my main time I get to actually listen to stuff. But the problem is when you're driving, you're not really taking it all in. So I'm listening to it, I'm hearing it, but I'm not necessarily absorbing it. So I just put it on repeat and let it go over and over again, and kind of hope that some of it starts to stink in, and I could decide whether I'm vibing with it or not. But I would say that it definitely has a cool sounds that I like. It's got this really cool dance sound, kind of 90s dance sound, which is pretty cool. So a lot of the songs kind of follow that kind of sound, that kind of style. One song called Church Girl, I think that's probably, well, Church Girl, and one, I think it's called Heat or Heated. I think those 2 songs are probably the closest to, say, traditional Beyonce in terms of sound and style. But the rest of them, yeah, very much their kind of dance style. Has a lot of songs that seem to revolve around, say, like self-worth and, you know, confidence, self-confidence, you know, knowing yourself, that sort of thing, and being, you know, happy with who you are, and, you know, being proud of yourself and your body, and that sort of thing, and being happy with what you have, and not feeling ashamed of yourself, you know, things along those lines. A lot of songs kind of touch on those kind of subjects. But yeah, no, I mean, I think from what I can gather from it, from hearing it while driving, it's a pretty cool album. It's a pretty cool album. So yeah, that's my thoughts on Beyonce's Renaissance. Apparently it's part 1 of what, 3, I think, or something like that. But yeah, I guess the other big news though is, oh, you know, I keep forgetting to change this. One sec. I have to keep changing it every single time. Yo, what up, Al? For some reason, it doesn't show me the text as you type it, unless I select live chat. If and the thing is, the default seems to be top chat, right? Which doesn't show the messages, or at least doesn't show all the messages, right? So you type something and I don't see it right away, which sucks, because I want to see people's messages right away. So I have to remember to keep changing it to live chat. I don't know if there's like, if I could set it to just always be on live chat. That way I don't have to keep remembering to change it. But yeah, appreciate you coming through, Al. How's your day going? How's your day been? Appreciate you joining this live stream. It is Return of the Living Dead 2 for movie night. We're about to start the movie in a little bit. If you have it, get it ready on 0. If not, it's all cool. Still come along and have some fun. But yeah, man, how you been? I was just talking about Beyonce's new album that came out, I think on Friday. I think it came out Friday. Been listening to that over the weekend. Pretty cool album. Quite enjoyed it. So I was just talking a little bit about that. Just seeing. Okay, yeah, cool. But yeah, I guess the other big news though was Will Smith apologizing again to Chris Rock. He put up a video. Got some people talking. I've seen some videos pop up on my timeline about that. You know, things like therapists analyze his video, that sort of stuff. I didn't bother to watch those videos. I just thought, you know what? Leave the guy alone. Leave the guy alone. Yo, Sam's back. Bruh, bruh, bruh. Guess who's back? Back again. Sam is back. Tell a friend. What up, Sam? How you been? I've been doing good. I made a video today about the Will Smith. Okay, cool. I might check yours out then. But yeah, I seen a bunch of videos pop up about the Will Smith apology. I didn't really watch any of them. Did I? No, I did watch one. But a lot of them I just avoided because I just thought, you know what, let's leave the guy alone. I mean, he's done what he did. He apologized. You know, there's not much you can do at this point. It's just like, I feel like Chris Rock is probably just going to make jokes about it, and why not? I'm looking forward to Chris Rock's next stand-up special because I feel like he's going to have some really good jokes to say about that. And hey, why not? I mean, why not get some laughs out of it? You know, it happened. It sucks that it happened, but hey, if you could turn it into something that makes people laugh, then go for it. And I think that's what Chris Rock's gonna do. I know he's got said some stuff already, some kind of jokes already, but I feel like his next special is gonna be something. How you been, Sam? How's your how's your vacay? How was your time away? I guess by the fact that you're back, that means it went well. I guess just going by the simple fact that you're back in the chat, it must have went well. No, nothing too major happened. Nothing like nobody got stranded. You know, no, didn't have to call the police or search rescue or anything. You know, everything must have went well, I'm guessing. Top of the range. Top of the range, okay. Well, that's an interesting way of describing oneself. Top of the range, all right. I've been watching a series on Netflix called First Kill. I think it came out a couple of months ago. It's not super old, I don't think, but it's not exactly new, I guess, at this point, because you know how like things get released like every day now. Just about. But yeah, I've been watching this series on Netflix called First Kill. I just watched the 3rd episode of it today. I started it yesterday. Yeah, I was up late yesterday, so I was watching it yesterday night. I watched the first couple of episodes yesterday now, so I have to be up late. But yeah, I watched the 3rd episode just an hour ago. And you know what? It ain't too bad, you know. Ain't too bad. Like, so far, so good. I ain't gonna say nothing. I don't want to spoil it in case nobody's seen it. But all I say, ain't too bad, you know. So far, so good with the first 3 episodes. It was good. Mr. Home Comforts like a bath and Wi-Fi. But other than that, I had a great time. Awesome. It's good to hear. Good to hear. Yeah. What else happened over the weekend? I feel like there's some newses that's been happening that I'm seeing that are on my mind that I can't think of right now because they're kind of on my mind but not quite on my mind. Oh, did you guys see that video clip going around from? It's a morning TV show. You know, the one with Philip Schofield. But there was a clip from that show, and it's a woman who on her 40th birthday slept with 40 men as a present to herself for her 40th birthday. So she had sex with 40 men on her 40th birthday as a present to herself. All right. So this morning, I guess that's the one, right? And I mean, look, I ain't here to judge nobody. You know, you do you, have your fun, do what you know what I mean. I ain't here to pass no judgments on nobody. You live your life, whatever. But what was funny to myself, and I think a lot of people, is that you're watching this clip, and she's like, I was a little bit, had a little bit sore back afterwards, but I was pretty much okay. After it was done, me and my husband just sat down and had a drink, and I was like, wait, what, she's married? Like, what? Like, wait, she just dropped that casually, like, you know. She decided to have sex with 40 men on her 40th birthday as a present to herself, and she's married. It's like, all right. A lady God would be knackered after that, right? For real. I mean, literally getting plowed. Literally getting plowed 40 times in one day. I mean, it's probably, I mean, it's not a record. Let's be clear on that. I mean, there's I mean, there's women have done more. I'm just saying, there's people who've done more, but it's still a lot. But the thing is that it was just like the way she just casually just mentioned she's married. You know, oh yeah, me and my husband just sat down and had a drink afterwards. It's like, I mean, hey, look, like I said, I'm not here to judge nobody. If her and her husband, I'd have to assume he's okay with it, right? I'd have to assume if she's on TV talking about it, that they both agreed and they both are fine with it. But boy, you know what I mean? Shit. Yeesh. But hey. But yeah, I mean, I don't know what the record is, but I did see one, shall we say, movie where it was one woman, and I think it was something like 600 dudes. And to be honest, I don't even think that's the record. I think there's probably been more than that. But I saw one many, many moons ago, back in the days where I'd watched that sort of thing. You know, I'm a good boy now. I don't do that sort of stuff. I'm an innocent, sweet boy now. I don't do that. I don't watch that sort of stuff no more. But yeah, way back when I did see one where it was like one woman and something like 600 dudes. And I think she didn't get through all 600 dudes. I can't remember how many she got through, but I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, like, she got through most of them, maybe like 300-400 of them, and then she was like, "Nah, I'm too tired to carry on." And she did like one more, and the last one was Ron Jeremy, and then it was over. But yeah, apparently there's been women who've done like 900. Hey, I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying. I'm too tired to do it once, let alone with 40 dudes. I wish the Bill Burr stand-up on Netflix and the documentary on the most hated man on the internet. Okay, I actually want to watch that most hated man on the internet. I haven't seen it yet, but it did pop up on my recommends, and I read like the blurb thing, all it's about, and it looks quite interesting. Well, it sounds quite interesting, so I might have to check that out at some point. But I don't know if Bill Burr had stand-up. I mean, I knew he had a stand-up, but is that a new stand-up, by the way, or is that like an old one? Because I ain't know if he's got a new one out. But I like Bill Burr, though. He's a funny, funny dude. He's a funny dude. Here's the thing, though. Imagine, like, being in one of these gangbangs, like, being a dude, like, being one of the guys in the gangbang. So you got this one woman, and you're one of, like, 600 guys. And so you're queuing up. It was this, okay, I'm going to have to, that's, okay. Have I, wait, have I? No, I haven't seen it. No, I haven't seen it. I don't think I've seen anything from this year. Okay, cool. I'm going to check that out. Look out for that. Cool. Appreciate the heads up. But yeah, imagine like you're one of these like 600 dudes and you're waiting in line to have your turn on this one girl. I mean, like, if you're the first guy up, or let's say you're within the first, I don't know, let's say you're within the first 5, maybe within the first 10, yeah, maybe it's not so bad, right? But if you're like number, 550 or something like that, and you're queuing up and you're just, all this time, you're just watching these guys just run a train, literally just run a train on this girl, like coming all over her, coming in, all of that. Because, they don't know where Johnny's. They don't know where Johnny's. In fact, I'm pretty sure most of them weren't, if I remember correctly. It's like I said, it was a long time ago. I'm pretty sure most of them weren't. But I guess they have tests and, that kind of stuff to make sure it's safe. And lady's probably on the pill and get an abortion afterwards if she needs to, and then that sort of thing. I mean, this is like years ago when you can still do that. Not anymore. Not anymore. I guess you can't do that. Okay, I guess you can't do that now. At least not in America. If a porn star gets pregnant by accident, it's like, oh well, oh well. But yeah, imagine being like number 550 something. You know what I mean? And it's like you just watch like 549 guys in a row, just like run a train. And it's like, here's the thing, like real talk is like, if you're, with somebody, you meet a woman, whatever, you don't know, how many guys she's been with before, and I would say it's generally best not to, as a general rule, I say it's best not to ask, like, the past is the past and all that, for real. And, I do believe that, like, like, whatever's happened in the past, whatever you've done, whatever she's done in the past, it is what it is, it's done, that's the past, right? But if you're there watching it, you know what I mean? Like, if you're there watching it, I don't know, man. I don't know if you can get to, like, 500 and still be, like, ready to go. Like, I feel like at that point you're deflated, you know what I mean? It'd be hard. Well, you won't be hard. I mean, that's kind of the point I'm trying to make. Like, I feel like you'd struggle to keep it up at that point after watching some 500 plus dudes run a train. In fact, I feel like once you get to about, I don't know, maybe like 100, it's probably going to be difficult to really still be into the idea of having a go. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like, yo, what up, Frozen Gamer? Wagwan. You can't breathe in America these days without someone having something to say. Hey, for real. I bet you must have Jack and Danny like the channel. What's a Jack and Danny? I actually don't know what that is. Sorry, I don't get the joke. Jack and Danny like the channel tunnel. Yeah, sorry, I don't know what Jack and Danny. I know what the channel tunnel is. I don't know what Jack and Danny is. So I might need that one explained. Like I said before, I've got a sweet little innocent mind. I don't know all these dirty things that you people are into. Like you dirty people are into. I'm only interested in clean, innocent stuff. I'm not one of these dirty-minded people like you guys. So I don't know what Jack and Danny is. They put the Terminator in. Oh yeah, I heard about that. Yeah. Jack and Danny is slang for Fanny. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, gotcha. Like the channel tunnel. I see. I get you now. I get you. But yeah, like, I don't know, man. Like I say, each their own. I ain't here to judge, but I don't know, man. Unless you're like number one. It's like, nah, I don't think so. I watched a documentary on Netflix called The Girl in the Picture. All right, was that any good? Leaves us. Ooh, I guess it's hard hitting, and maybe not all in a good way, huh? Yeesh. I was trying not to say the word Fanny, but never mind. Do people even say Fanny anymore? Like, I remember, like, when I was a kid, you'd hear that quite a bit, but I feel like you don't really hear people say that anymore. I mean, you guess you do, but it's usually like older people, like maybe people in their 50s or 60s might say it, and when they do, they kind of say it as like a little bit of a giggle, that kind of thing. Does anybody actually say it in like regular speech? You know what I mean? Like, does anybody just, when talking about like whatever, did people just say that word in just like regular speech? I don't know. I feel like that you don't really hear that word like that, used like that anymore. Yes, Fowler from the Thin Blue Line says it. Thin Blue Line. Oh, is that in a comedy? Well, that comedy was on ages ago, though, wasn't it? And wasn't Fowler one of the older people in that show? I mean, I don't think I watched much of the Thin Blue Line, but I'm pretty sure Fowler was like... But yeah, that's what I mean. If you hear it, it's like it's usually more in a comedy setting, like a, you know, it's not. I don't feel like it's comedy or say humorous kind of way of saying it. I feel like people don't really use that word in like just normal regular speech. Like if you're trying to make a joke, maybe, or if you're just not being too serious, or you know what I mean, that sort of thing. Like just being a little bit cheeky, you might use it. But then again, it's probably more older people. Like, I feel like people don't really use that word in just normal, regular speech anymore. At least not that I hear of, anyway. But yeah, times are changing, man. Times are changing. Owen has a lot of Nookie and Lady Garden jokes. Kami and men don't apologize when they impregnate us and completely destroy it. Yeah. Yeah. That's kind of, yeah. We rake the field, but we don't help prepare the field. What up, Brax? Comedian Jim Davidson says Jack and Danny mean and funny in his stand-up comedy. Yeah, but again, Jim Davidson, older guy, like he's older dude. I mean, and besides Jim Davidson, I'm not sure we should be emulating things that Jim Davidson does, allegedly. Just saying. Just saying. What up, Brax? How you doing today, sir? How's your day going? How's your day been? Oh, look at this, actually. Let me show you guys this. More sprouts, y'all. More sprouts. It's the California poppy. Planted on the 17th of July, 2022. And her name is Brenda. And yeah, this is Brenda right now. It started off as just one tiny little sprout, and now we've got a bunch. And there's a few tiny ones. I don't know if you can see them on camera, but there's a few that just sprouted today, or maybe one that sprouted today and one yesterday. But yeah, there's a tiny one. I think. Oof, I can't even get my thumb. I think right about. Let me see. Yeah, there it is. Oof. Oh, this can't. Wait. Yeah, right about there. I don't know if you can see it, but I think that one sprouted yesterday. Or maybe was it today? No, that was today, I think, actually. But yeah. That's Brenda so far. Brenda's got a baby. You know what? Here's the thing. Brenda's got a baby. The name Brenda actually comes from that song. And in case you're wondering, so California Poppy, Tupac, I know he's from New York originally, but he represented Cali. And he had that song, Brenda's Got a Baby. So yeah, that's where the name comes from. Brenda's Got a Baby. So yeah, big up Alan for getting that reference. That's literally where the name Brenda comes from. Brenda's Got a Baby. He did something. He did what? What I miss? Who did what? Day is going with some cooler temps. I suppose rain most of the week. Okay, so it might cool down a bit. We have. Oh, okay, nice. You got my friend's grown corn, and my friend has grown corn as well. But yeah, it's not at the point where she can start eating it yet, though. So I think more and more people are going to start growing their own fruits and vegetables, especially vegetables. It's a bit hard to grow fruit in British weather, to be honest. But yeah, I feel like more people are going to start growing their own vegetables because, boy, the way times are going right now, the way it's going right now, I think more and more people are going to start growing their own fruits and vegetables, corn, tomatoes, whatever you can grow. I think more and more people are going to take up that hobby. I'm still waiting for Elliot to apologize after I pushed out Holly. And she's 7 now. Yeah, you should get on that. He probably won't to apologize till she turns 18 at least. At least. 18th birthday, he's gonna be like, Sam, I need to talk to you for a moment. So remember when I'd like to apologize 18 years later? Then he'd be like, now let's do it again. Life's so hard. Yeah, it's growing. I'm right back to you. That's the thing that came to my mind when I saw it. Brenda. Awesome. All right. Well, in that case, maybe that was an easy one. But let's see if you can get this one. So, this is, let me try and find it. Might be a bit harder to see because it's still really, really small. But there you go. Right there. That is a very, very early stages of Frederick. Now, if you can get the reference for this one, Frederick is a Chinese elm bonsai. If you can tell me which... I'm referencing something. I'm not going to say what, because I think if I say what I'm referencing, it might be too obvious. But Frederick the Chinese elm bonsai, the name Frederick is a reference to something. Or let's say someone is a reference to someone. Can you guess who I'm referencing by the name Frederick? Frederick the Chinese elm bonsai. Growing some plants. Yes, sir. I've been growing them for a little while now. Nazir still ain't sprouted yet, though. But I don't think Nazir is going to sprout. Because I feel like I planted Nazir too late, according to like the instructions. You're supposed to plant them by March, and I planted them. I planted Nazir in July. So I might have to. I still got the more seeds. These are a nice tertium. So I still got more of those seeds, so I might have to wait till next year to plant them again, and hopefully we'll try this time. But yeah, it's been almost a month now, and Nazir's not sprouted. But never say never. Might just take a little bit longer, right? Might just take a little bit longer, so we'll see. Drawing that one, I totally read that wrong, Rex. You said grow it. I thought it said something else. Well, now I'm intrigued. What did you think it said? Oh, you're growing a Japanese tree. I like those bonsai trees and the bamboo. Well, I mean, bonsai trees aren't just Japanese. You can they're on other parts of the world as well. That particular one is actually Chinese. But yeah, I mean, if you've seen the Karate Kid, it's those style of trees or those branch of trees. I guess I'm not really sure on the right terminology to use. Oh, okay. But yeah, that's a Chinese elm bonsai. The one in Karate Kid is a juniper bonsai. I was looking for juniper bonsai seeds, but I couldn't find anybody selling them. So I bought the Chinese elm bonsai, and I also have the Japanese cedar. No, what are they called? Yeah, Japanese cedar bonsai. But those have to be cold stratified before you can plant them, which means I've got to put them in water for 24 hours, which I've done already. And then I put them in the fridge for up to 8 weeks, which they're in the fridge now. So I think they've been in the fridge for about a week-ish, week and a bit. So in about, say, 6-7 more weeks, I take them out and then I plant them. So, but yeah, I do have the Japanese cedar as well. I just can't plant them just yet. But that one is a Chinese elm. And nobody's getting the name Frederick. Nobody's getting what that's referencing. Okay, I'll give you a clue. The clue is in the elm bit. So it's a Chinese elm bonsai, but the clue is really in where it says elm. Frederick. Right, the name Frederick, and the clue is really where it says elm. I'm not growing on. Good plans for nothing. Don't know how to, but some new marijuana laws has been made in my state. Okay, does that mean you can smoke marijuana now? You're, yeah? Because they've relaxed the laws, haven't they? I think they talking about doing it over here as well for the wacky backy, but Nightmare on Elm Street. There you go. Well, actually, that's the film. Who am I referencing? Who am I referencing? Well, I guess it's obvious now. I mean, it's once you've got Nightmare on Elm Street, it's pretty obvious who I'm referencing. But yeah, we is about to start this movie. It's not a horror movie. Well, it is a horror movie, but it's more of a horror comedy movie. It is called Return of the Living Dead 2. If you have it, or whether on streaming or DVD or Blu-ray, if you have it in any capacity, get it ready on 0. Start the movie in a few moments. If you don't have it, not a problem. You can still come along and have some fun. So I'm going to get mine ready on 0, because I ain't trying to be no hypocrite. I'm telling y'all to get it on 0, and I don't even have it on 0. So that's done. 1, 2, Freddy's coming for you. There you go. Okay, so as I seen, it was mostly in Japan. I should have known it was in parts of the world too. Yeah, I mean, bonsai could grow. I mean, you can get different bonsai in different parts of the world. I mean, you could of course grow them anywhere, but what I mean is that there are different types of bonsai, like different species of bonsai that come from different parts of the world. Like there's like European ones, which I no idea about. I mean, the name bonsai, I believe, is Japanese. Like bonsai is a Japanese name, I think. Let me check that before I start spouting ignorance. But yeah, you can get bonsai from all over the world. So not just Japan, man, not just Japan. But I guess they're more common in Japan than anywhere else. So, according to this, it says bonsai is the Japanese art of growing and training miniature trees in pots, developed from traditional Chinese art form penjing. Okay, so bonsai refers to the art of growing and training the tree, not necessarily the tree itself. Now we know. Now we know. Boys. Are you ready for Freddy? Fat Boys. I remember the Fat Boys, man. Old school. It's on all the streaming services except anything that doesn't charge you. So, I mean, you know what? Here's the thing. You could actually go, I don't know if you know this, but if you go on Google and you search for any movie, it would actually tell you which streaming services that movie is available on, like whether it's Netflix, Amazon, whatever, like Apple, Disney Plus, all of them. Like it literally tells you. This one is available on Amazon, Apple TV, Google Play. It's available on a bunch of them. But yeah, you pay for it. This is not a free movie. So it's not on Netflix or Disney Plus or anything like that. But yeah, like I said, if you don't get it, if you don't want to pay for it, not a problem. Not a problem. So come along and have some fun. Freddy was what came to mind first, but didn't think it would be that. Well, should have went with your first instinct, Sam. Should have went with your first instinct. I'm having to sit this movie out to skin after the holiday. Nah, it's so good. It's so good. Yeah, but still with some restrictive regulations. A politician here in my state, his campaign ad was rolling a tree and taking a puff. Okay. Times are changing, man. Times are changing. Boy, there's once a time where people use smoking weed as a way of trying to discredit their opponents. Now they're out here talking like, yeah, I'm on it. I'm on it. But yeah, I think next week I'll probably go back to one of the more budget options for movie night. But for now, I could splurge just a little bit of cash on this Return of the Living Dead Part 2. So let's move over to this screen. So y'all can, oh, that's the wrong one. So y'all can see what I can see. And then we're going to go 3, 2, 1, play. So 3, 2, 1. Ooh. Start again. Sorry, that messed up. 3, 2, 1, play. I can have a cup smell. Well. I can have a cup smell. Alright. Oh, really? Has it now? Has it all been destroyed? Mm-hmm. Like now, if a cop smells small weed from a house, he's still not authorized to go inside and check because their house, their property. Okay. We won't see what you can see because you can't show the movie live on YouTube. But you can see the subtitles. And I can see the subtitles. You can see the subtitles. So you kinda. Couldn't purposely spend just life is getting expensive. Yeah, no, I hear that. I hear that. Everything's going up except wages. Ugh. Speaking of weed, this guy's smoking a joint at a time when it was still illegal. Bad boy. Yeah. I'm hoping I'm go on a holiday in the coming months as well. Maybe by the end of this month, have it actually booked. But I gotta make sure I get some savings. I mean, I've got the money, I suppose, to be fair. I could do it now, but I want to make sure that, like I say, you're not going too over budget. But yeah, I think by the end of this month, I'd want to have it booked. And then I have to look at getting a visa and what you call it, a vaccination, proof of vaccination. Which I might have to do a bit near, just a little bit nearer to the time. And I don't want to leave it too late, of course, because you don't want to be scrambling for these things. But if you do them too early, then they might expire before you go, and then that's an issue. So I've got to make sure I time those just right. A little economical news from my country. A possible recession is around the corner. Really? Damn, man. Well, what's causing that? Looks like Elliot will be going on strike soon. Elliot's a bus driver, I think you said, right? That kind of roots this kid. So what's going on in the buses? They got tube strikes down in London right now, I think. I mean, I think it started like last week. I haven't really looked into it that much, but I believe they're still going, I think. Yeah, for Stagecoach. Okay. Yeah, they run some of the buses down here as well. On the buses. What's the strike about? If you're allowed to say, I don't want to get nobody in no trouble. But if you're allowed to say, what's the strike about? If it's best you don't say, then cool. I understand. Oh, this ain't gonna end well for this kid, is it? None of these kids, probably. Man, remember the days where you could fit through those gates, those fences? Look at a negative road test. If don't stay in a hotel, go to a villa. No, it's just requirements of each country has different requirements. So some would ask for just a negative test, but some would ask for proof of vaccination. And with Pakistan, where I plan on going, yeah, they ask for proof of vaccination. At least that's how it is right now. It might change, nearer to the time because these things can change. That's why I don't want to do it too early as well, because I don't want to do something and then have to do something else again. But yeah, it just varies depending on where you're going and the rules that country has set out. So this one, it's they want proof of vaccination rather than just a negative test. But they don't make you quarantine, so which is good because that means I don't have to spend like 2 weeks in a hotel. I could just kind of get straight to having some fun. Oh, they found something they should not have found. This is not going to end well for them. The wage increase offered to the drivers isn't enough. They are on less money now after tax and insurance. Obviously, they just want what's fair. I see. Oh, that's the thing about yeah, because the tax is in it. Yeah, sometimes the way if you get a pay increase, that puts you in a different tax category, but then because now you're getting taxed a lot more. By the end of it, you actually have less money than when you was getting paid less. You know what I mean? Like, because it's not enough over the tax bracket to make any to make that kind of difference. I swear these are guys from the last movie, aren't they? This guy, at least, the older guy, he was in the last movie, wasn't he? And this guy in the red, I'm pretty sure. I don't think he was, but he looks like the guy that got turned in the last movie. Yeah, it's a good possibility because of the inflation shortages. Brandon resume 40-something billions of dollars to Ukraine, etc. Times are tough, man, and they're about to get tougher. Times are hard, and they're getting even harder, as Eminem once said. I was asking for 13 quid an hour. Stage goes offering 12, 13. Puts them on level pegging. Oh, Oxford 12 and 13 puts them on level. Okay, gotcha. See, what we really need is for the tax system to be massively overhauled. Because the way taxes work right now is largely unfair. But that's, I think, unfortunately, an unwinning battle. So, yeah. Karachi. Planning on going into Karachi. Eesh, look at that. But I hope this kid got therapy afterwards. What up, ball? Yeah, I hope this kid got therapy afterwards, because this is not going to end well. Return of the Living Dead is a great movie. Number 2 was decent too. Yeah, we watched Return of the Living Dead I think about a month ago, wasn't it? So now we're doing part 2. And eventually 3, 4, and 5. Yeah, well, that's the plan. That's the plan. That's the plan. That kid would probably seen plenty of this, probably. But it is movie, sure. Oh yeah, but that's never gonna happen. Working all of them hours. All of them hours for loss. No one willing to do that. It's hard out here for a pimp. Trying to get his money for this rent. But yeah, the way the tax system works right now is it's massively unfair. Like when you look into, like when you read it or when you look at how taxes work, it seems reasonable on the surface. But once you start getting down into like some of the details of it and some of the rules that not everybody knows about, you just kind of start to realize how massively unfair it is. Whoever came up with it was a clever dude for sure. And I'm pretty sure it was a dude, by the way. Let's be honest. Like, it was a dude. But whoever came up with it was a clever dude because it looks like reasonable on the surface. But once you start digging a little deeper, which most people won't do, you start realizing it is actually massively unfair. I whacked up a few times to the graveyard strip as a 13. Okay. Now we just got found out one of Bull's fantasies. Graveyard kids in graveyards. Kids in graveyards is what turns Bull on. I mean, hey, listen, like I said before, I'm not here to judge. But yeah, you might want to be careful who you tell that one to. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. You're not living the night now. I think you'll like that version of Barbara more. Won't give any spoilers. Okay. Barbara. Oh, they're all the way out. It's coming to get you, Barbara. Wealthy, rich, whatever. When you're in a high position, you can make the rules. You're the shot caller. Well, indeed. And the thing is, people make rules to benefit themselves. And if you're in a position of authority and power, you're going to make the rules that mean that you are likely to stay in a position of authority and power for as long as possible. So you give the people a little something, something. You know, you give with one hand while taking with the other. effectively. And that's been going on for a long time. In fact, it's a scam that's been going on for so long that people don't even realize it's a scam. We just kind of accept it as, oh, it's just what you do. You get a job, you pay your taxes. And we tell ourselves that taxes go for like schools and hospitals and fire services and, you know, things like that, public services. We tell ourselves that's what it goes for. And, you know, I'm sure part of it does. Part of it. But a lot of it don't. These areas in good company because we're all weirdos. Well, ain't that the truth? Better to be odd than ordinary. All right, since Bull's already gone first, here's a question for everybody. What is the weirdest thing you've pleasured yourself to? What is the weirdest thing you have pleasured yourself to? That's the question of the day. You don't have to give specifics if you don't want to. I get it. I get it. But what is the weirdest thing you've pledged yourself to? Taxes also pays for his fines. Yep. And for his prostitutes. Yeah, of course. It's Robin Graves right now. Wait, Robin Graves, isn't that the guy from not Corrosion of Conformity. What's the other band? Cradle of Filth, that's it. Robin Graves. Ain't he one of the, like, the drummer or something? Yeah, that's just how the cookie crumbles with that. One example of the imagery is that masked guy sitting in that room having a drink or watching those Squid Game contests. Oh, yeah. That guy, and that guy wasn't even a top guy. Okay, so I guess no one's going to answer that question about weirdest thing you pledged yourself to. I get it. Some things you'd rather just keep secret. I get it. I don't think I've ever jerked off to anything weird, to be honest with you. I don't think so. Not that I can remember. But I did, like, when I was in uni, like, they have a library. Well, they got a bunch of libraries, but one in particular where they had a computer, sort of a small computer section. And from one of the computers was like by the wall. So like when you come in, you're facing like if you like the door to the end to the room is behind. So whatever you're got in your screen, nobody else can see you. Is what I'm trying to get at. So, obviously, as you might have already guessed, that's just the computer people look at porn on. And this is back before, you know, you had like restrictions and firewalls and all that kind of stuff. So you could very easily get porn on a library computer. And one time when it's like there weren't that many people in the room. It was very, very empty. And I think there was like one or two other people in the room. They're all doing their thing. I'm by that computer where nobody can see what you're doing. Put a little something on the screen. Nobody can see what you're doing. Little unbuckle. The girl don't remember him. That's a shame. Or maybe it's for the best. Wasn't doing myself, but was just getting down and dirty. And the TV was on still. This woman started talking about a child. Wait. A child told him. Okay. So right when you were in the middle of hey, wait, isn't that girl looks familiar. That lady looks familiar. Looks like Michelle Pfeiffer, but I don't think it is. So yeah, when okay, so right in the middle of the act, the TV was going. And then this, you know what? This is why, by the way, pro tip: never jerk off while scrolling through your Instagram or your Facebook feed, because you know you'd be like one of your girlfriends, one of your lady friends post my sexy picture, and you might be like, oh yeah, and then that's just scrolling through the next pictures of somebody's baby or something like that, and it's like, ugh. And that's gonna be right when you nut as well. Right when you nut is when you scroll and a baby picture comes up, and then now you're a weirdo. Now you're a weirdo. So yeah, pro tip: never jerk off to your Instagram or Facebook feed. It's just it's not worth the risk. No, he wasn't the head. Okay, yeah, I know what that means. And his younger brother was an undercover agent. Uh-oh. Man, look at that thing. Oof. They done well with that monster, though. That looks... Ugh. Brains. Brains. Recently was saying we should be fined £10 for missing. Oh yeah, I saw that. This was everything. We should be given £10 every time we can't get it. Right, exactly. Exactly. Dude wants to find people for missing appointments. It's like, can you even get an appointment? Wants to find us for missed appointments. Can we find GPS? For never been able to get right. And back in summer 2013, I came across an article on my phone about a guy who was running his Johnson through a hornet's nest. Is that please enough? Somebody actually did that? That sounds mad dangerous. That sounds all kinds of nah to me, but hey. Oh, they're all coming out now. Yeah, that's what the article's word for it. You know what? I can believe something like that happened. I mean, there's some weirdos in this world, that's for sure. So I can believe something like that actually happened in actual real life, that somebody actually put their penis in a hornet's nest or a bee's nest, beehive. I can believe somebody actually went and did that. It's like the Michael Jackson Thriller video right now. Why would a zombie need glasses? Come on now. What's a zombie gonna do with glasses? This guy can't catch a break. I think I asked a question before about if you think you survive a zombie apocalypse. And I think you guys answered no. These are here because he likes a job. These here because he wants the money. Man's paying him 100 for the night, which, by the way, I mean, in today's money, that wouldn't. I mean, today 100 wouldn't not be enough. You'd want at least 3. Is that zombie jerking off against a tree, though? No, he's not. Oof. Ish. Ugh. Oh, mate. Ugh. Yeah, run. Yeah. Squishy green blood. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Choked on an apple. Uh-oh. Dead man hard to kill. I definitely wouldn't. 29 plus VAT. 29 plus VAT. In their life, I'm not fighting. For survival, far too lazy. Yeah, but even the guy somehow swallowed a 2004 cell phone. And the thing still works. Oh, why would you even try that, though? Why would you swallow a cell phone? 29 plus VAT. I guess I'm, I don't know, what is VAT? 20%? I guess I'm 25 plus VAT and import taxes. Her name's Brenda too. Yeah. Oh, you know what? I think I mentioned this before, but I don't know if all of you were here when I said it. So I'm going to say it again. And, you know, it's just a cool story anyway. So even if you heard it before, it's a cool story. But yeah, last week, this kid asked to borrow my phone. And he wanted to call somebody because, like, I think his phone was... the battery was dead or something, or you know, couldn't get. Anyway, he also could borrow his phone so he can call his person he's supposed to meet. So I say, all right, cool, and he does, and he calls his girl, and yeah, my birthday. I say 29 is amazing. Yeah, I need to start doing that for real. But yeah, he calls his girl, and he was talking about, you know, saying like, you know, where he is, asking where she is, and trying to arrange a place where they could meet. You know, apparently there was like issues with the trains and that sort of thing, and they're trying to, okay, if you go here, and it was basically, yeah, just trying to meet up with this girl. He gives the phone back, and you know, I was kind of talked to her for a little bit afterwards, and told me like he's 18, you know, he likes this girl, and yeah, he's just trying to meet up with her and, you know, see where it goes from there. And I was like, man, that's so cool to be at that age. You know what I mean? Like that point in life where, because here's the things, like, most grown-ups wouldn't ask to use somebody's phone, like a stranger's phone, unless it was like an emergency, you know what I mean, like life or death type situation. But when you're 18, your life and death situation is trying to meet the girl you like. You know what I mean? That is the life and death situation for you. And I was like, man, it's so cool to be at that age where that's the important thing. You know, just you fancy this girl, you think there's a possibility, you're trying to meet up with her, but it didn't go smoothly, the train's on strike or whatever, and your phone's battery's dead, and you're like, oh man, what can I do? It's like, excuse me, do you mind can I borrow your phone to call somebody? I won't be long, you know what I mean? That kind of thing is like, but yeah, it's a good age, man. Good age. Hey, smart kid. Well, I mean, like, that's why I just ran into another room. You know what? Actually, I guess I did say battery died. That probably won't be quite accurate, because I think he did take the number from his phone. So maybe it wasn't because his battery died. That wouldn't make no sense, would it? That wouldn't make no sense. Nah, that wouldn't make no sense. I'm pretty sure he took the number from his phone. I really can't remember the reason why he couldn't use his own phone, to be honest with you. Now that I'm thinking about it, he maybe just wanted to save credit. Maybe he's just being cheap. He has like a crappy phone plan, and he just wanted to save. He's like, yeah, can I borrow your phone? Maybe that was it in the end. Because I don't think I actually asked him why he couldn't use his own phone. You know, he just seemed like, you know, a decent kid who's asking politely and whatever. I've got free credit on my phone anyway. I've got free calls on my phone anyway, so whatever. You know. But yeah, maybe that was it. Because I don't think about it. I'm pretty sure he got number from his phone, so yeah. Oh well. Oh well. But yeah. Also, why pay-as-you-go phones are terrible. Well, not terrible. They have their uses, but, you know. Terrible is a bit much. They're not terrible. They do have their uses. But yeah. If you can, get a contract phone. Or some kind of rolling thing like I got. Oh, this is all not going well for these guys. Back in 2016, I was watching a documentary, parts called Being Black in Latin America. The episode was in Brazil. There was a black guy, capoeira instructor. He was 60, but looked early mid-30s. Okay, he's taking care of himself. I went in my phone in fear that a person would run off with it. I mean, yeah, it's a possibility that somebody might nick your phone, run off with it. I mean, I realize that, by the way. It's not, yeah, but yeah, it's. I just figured that. You know, if he did run. Oh. Yeah, if he did run or try anything. I mean, to be honest, he probably would have got away with it. Like, I mean, he's 18. if he ran, I'll chase after him. But let's be honest, he'll probably outrun me. I think when it comes down to it, like I feel like I'm pretty healthy. You know, for my age, I feel like I go jogging and stuff like that. So I reckon I could give chase, but yeah, he'll probably outrun me when it comes down to it. So yeah. Everybody's shouting in this. They're all scared. Uh-oh. What is it with like people in like red bomber jackets, or what they call like red puffer jackets? Them sleeveless puffer jackets in these movies, they all get sick. Like in the last movie, it was a dude, he had a red jacket like that, he got sick. Now this guy's getting sick. Oh, you kept it. Why would you keep the head? Remember short messages to save money. Oh, yeah, I remember those days. That was back where you paid 10p a text and you had like 160 characters per text. And if you went over, you got to pay for a whole new text. So if you went to 161 characters, that's a whole new text. So yeah, that's when the text speak kind of came out, where people would shorten things like message would be MSG, or you know what I mean, stuff like that. You'd like shorten all the words. Like you would be just you, letter U, and but yeah, you had to be like real tight with it at times, especially when you got a lot to say. You had to get real creative. Yeah, I remember you telling the story took awesome. Yeah, because in his case, he was a martial arts master. Yeah, I mean, just being fit, being healthy, it's never a bad thing. Oh, the kid, they got a hold of the kid. You're 25 plus VAT. Yeah. Well, VAT and import tax. And probably overdue late fees as well, I guess. It was one of the trends of the 80s in the US. Hell, and since I like things of that decade, I want a black bomber jacket. Yeah, those old school like bomber jackets were pretty cool though. Like, was it Aviator, or is that the big one? Aviator, something like that. Aviator jackets. I'm not sure if Aviator was a brand or if Aviator was the style, but I'm pretty sure Aviator jackets were what they were called, or some of them were called. But yeah, oh, they're in a house now. Oh, 38 in 10 days. I can't run much nowadays. 38! Big 38. Better get them legs moving, dude. Better get them legs moving, because real talk, the older you get, the more important it is to stay active. Even zombies like to look at the women. They might be brain dead, but hey. Goes back in style now. Okay. I don't think I've seen them around for ages. But yeah, man. You gotta take care of yourself, dude. Get them legs moving. Get that cardio going, man. That kid's got jokes. Check him online. Knocking things over. Yeah, the bomber jackets of today, I don't know, I guess they look pretty cool, but they're kind of thin looking still. Uh-oh. You're in trouble. Oof. Go for the head, man. Go for the head. Every time you tell us to take care of ourselves, I just think, where's the donuts? You can't control me. I mean, yeah, you got to treat yourself as well. You know, don't forget to treat yourself. Treat yourself. Don't cheat yourself. Yeah. It's one of those things, man. You can't outrun time. You can slow down aging, but you can't outrun it. There's an elder yoga, fitness, bodybuilders, gymnast, marathon, runners, cyclist, martial arts instructor. Oh yeah, for sure. Like, you can find fitness groups for older people. Like, yeah, with yoga or running groups. But there's people in like their 60s, 70s, they go running for miles on a regular basis. Uh-oh. That's not Billy anymore. Billy's gone. Oh. Come on, Popo. That'll give you that action. No one ain't telling me what to do. I've beaten the aging process by denying it. Well, I do have some advice, though. That, I mean... Well, let me tell you what the advice is, and you can decide whether it's good advice or not. But this is advice for just going through life. Stand up straight. Hold your head up high. And you'll never know how fat you really are. That's good advice. I've seen people who look like they have outlived the life sentence. I'm just saying, that's a life hack right there. do try to. I mean, I do exercise relatively regular. Probably not as much as I should be. But I did go running today. Just some exercise today. I guess on average, I've been going running about twice a week for the past few. Well, more run that for the past while now. I guess it's been a while. It's been a while. But I know there's been periods of time where I've been a bit too lax with keeping up with fitness. And yeah, definitely trying to be more consistent with it now, which can be difficult, you know. Yo, for sure. You know what? It sounds like a small thing, but for real, like, those filters are dangerous. Those filters can be dangerous. I mean, don't get me wrong. Some of them could be, you know, fun to try once in a while and this, that, and the other. But those filters can be dangerous if you ain't careful. And I see people who are almost exclusively post videos with those filters on, to the point where you just don't know what their face looks like. And then when you see them without the filter on, it's different. It's different. You know what I mean? Like, and I'm not sure about Instagram, but I know on TikTok lets you know if a filter is being used. There's an icon in the corner that says a filter is being used. So you kind of know if somebody's using a filter on TikTok. I don't know if Instagram does that, but you kind of know if Instagram if it's on TikTok, which is good because you know that. But even still, when you get used to seeing somebody over and over again and they've only ever used the filter, look at that. Give the man a hand. And they only ever use a filter. And then you see them one day without the filter, and this is like, raw. It is different. And then some people you never see without the filter, right? That's all you ever see. And then you just don't know. Even though you might know there's a filter on, you don't know what they actually look like. And best believe... Oh, good. Yeah, flip them off. There you go. And best believe some people will try to catfish you out there. Like I said, picture of grandma with a 20 to 30-year-old boy rocking stilettos and a bikini, and grandpa with his 6 or 8 packs still flexing. Hey, that happens though. That happens. I mean, there are competitions, like bodybuilding competitions for like the over 70s. As in, you have to be over 70 to enter this particular bodybuilding competition. As in, there are enough people over 70 who take bodybuilding that seriously to have competitions for the over 70s. So yeah, it's not even an uncommon thing. You know what I mean? It's not even uncommon. It's just, I guess, not within our mental image of when we say 70 or 80-year-old. Because of, you know, when we were kids, you know, 40 and 50 were like ancient, right? But how many times you see like somebody in their 40s and 50s and you're like, wow, you look like you're 20, you look like you're 30. It's not even that uncommon anymore. I think in general, people, even if you're not like super fit, I think in general, a lot of people generally do take better care of themselves these days. And that's a part of it. But then, of course, you have the people who get more into it and, you know, work out more and eat healthier more and all that sort of stuff. And then they just stay in peak or near enough to peak physical condition for a long ass time. So yeah, man. As I can say, pictures you have seen of me are the real me. I might hide shit with makeup, but it's still me. What was he say? That Mac makeup? No, not Mac. What was it? Johnny Bravo makeup. What's it called again? The Johnny? No, Jeffree Star, that's it. Jeffree Star? The Jeffree Star makeup? That costs a lot of money. I mean, hey. Gotta give it some use. Don't use filters either. Yeah, their own grandkids and great grandkids. Tries to keep up with them. If we're lucky. Shit. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. But yeah, I mean, like I said, filters could be fun. You know, I won't say never use them or, you know, that kind of thing. I mean, like, that could be fun to try out every now and then. But yeah, they could be dangerous if you're not careful. They could be just addictive. You go on these some of these sites and you could tell some people are overusing them. I know people who filter so much they look nothing like themselves. If they go missing, you'll never find. Right? You put up a picture, this person's missing. It's like, Jeffree Star. That's just the eyeshadow. Oh, okay, okay. This ain't gonna be over for them, is it? Still running. It's another good reason why it's a good idea to keep fit, especially going jogging, is that if there is a zombie apocalypse, people who don't run die first. You know, because think about this, the car might not start. And you might need to run over to the next town to get something. People who can't run die first. So yeah, it's just good advice to keep healthy. To go jogging. Oh, fuck with filters. I never thought about them. If I'm unattractive as fuck, then that's just what it is. I'm actually using a filter right now. In fact, all my videos, every time you see me online, I'm using a filter. This is not my face. My face, let me show you what I really look like. This is what I really look like when I turn the filters off. This is me. That's what I look like without the filters. That's exactly what I look like without the filters. So yeah, this is all fake. Hey kid, you better put that. Oh, don't, you gotta shoot your kid. Oh, a kid's gonna shoot his willy off. I was about to say he's gonna shoot his dick off, but kids don't have dicks. Kids have willies. You don't get a dick until you're older. So he's gonna shoot his willy off. You're not careful with that. Remember the do's and don'ts of Zombieland #1. Thing was exactly. You got, if you can't run, you die first. No run, but I'm sure I could probably just trip you up. Fair point. Just run between their legs. Worried about zombie apocalypse. I'm more worried about the idiot apocalypse that is already upon us. I swear this guy, he looks like the guy that was in the last movie, but did that guy get killed? I don't think it's him, but he just looks like him. He even wear a similar sort of clothes. And this guy, the old guy as well, he looks like the guy in the last movie. But didn't he get killed as well? You know what? I'm not worried about it. I'm not worried about other people being stupid. If you're smart enough to take advantage of that, you don't gotta worry about it. I'm not saying that I am smart enough to take advantage of it. I'm just saying, if you are smart enough to take advantage of it, you don't gotta worry about it. As they say, a fool and his money are soon parted. I'm thinking about those that are dealing with water. You should be so lucky. Dealing with water? Oh, like water filters. Okay, yeah, to clean out the water. Brains. Raw. Kid shot him point blank. Damn, now hurt himself though, still. That kickback on that gun, that recoil, take you out. Just like got love for you, Gary. If it's you or me, I'm tripping you up. So wait, you know what? And this is the thing, yeah. This is the thing, like. If you can't run, then you gotta be smart. So let's say I can run and I can outrun the zombies, and Sam can't outrun the zombies, but Sam is smart enough to trip me over. I'll get eaten by the zombies because they be all over me, and Sam just casually just walks away. So I guess more important than being able to run, you gotta be smart. You gotta be smart. But maybe now that you've told me your plan, Sam, I might just come up with a plan of my own. Maybe. Maybe. Maybe your mistake was telling me what you would do. Maybe. Maybe. Uh-oh. An empty gun shoots the loudest. Oh, this guy won't. Are they in the head? Don't waste bullets. Shoot him in the head. Ooh. Smart kid. Like says, I lift the iron, build your muscles, dude. Look like you're F up a mofo and get into fighting, kickboxing, UFC, taekwondo, Muay Thai, something to match it. Yeah. Yeah, I'll say it is a good idea, actually. It is, and I should take that advice as well, because I've always kind of thought it'd be a good idea to do like some kind of self-defense class, you know, and which I've never done. But yeah, I do think it's a good idea. Remember the good old days when we was planning on going grave watching and spending the life of day pushing each other off Big Wheel in London. We're back there again. Yeah. Oh, man. And do it whenever you have the time, or just make time for it. And after, give your body rest on some days. Yeah, no, it's a good idea. It's a good idea. Like, there's certain things that I actually believe is a good idea that I know I should do, and I haven't done it. I don't know if anybody else is like this, but there's quite a few things that I think would be a good idea. I know I should do it, but I haven't done it. Like, for example, I should probably take swimming lessons. I mean, I did take swimming lessons years ago, but it's been such a long time that I've probably forgotten how to swim at this point. So I should probably refresh my swimming lessons. I should probably, yeah, do like a self-defense class. I should learn some basic first aid. I think that'd be a good idea to learn basic first aid. And also learn sign language. I think that'd be a good idea to learn sign language. So yeah, that's what 4 things that I feel like are a really good idea that I feel like everybody should do those things, actually, really. It's a good idea for everybody to do. I know I should do it. I've known I should do this for a long time. But I haven't done it. So, yeah. Uh-oh. Yeah, I'm full of good intentions, but they get lost in thought. Okay. Glad I'm not the only one, at least. If you got the face and the height, you need the body and skill. I suppose just put tomato sauce in this guy's mouth. So I've got the face and the height. I just need the body and the skill. Okay. I just need the I don't got the body or the skill. That's what I need to get. But I've got the face and I've got the height. Okay, cool. So I'm halfway there at least. I'm halfway there. Alright, plenty of things I should have done, I still need to do. But you know, it's never too late though. I mean, that's the truth of it though, isn't it? It's never too late. Said if I was a Buffy character, I'll be Snyder. Well, short and bald. Let's see, if I was a Buffy character, who would I be? Or who do you guys think I'd be? For those who's watched Buffy, or who know a little bit about Buffy, who would I be if I was a Buffy character? Let's see. I could never swim, never saw the point when I was little. I thought when I was little, if you didn't want to drown, then just don't go in the water. Well, true. But I mean, depending on situations, it's might be a good skill to have. Like, if you're on a boat, maybe in a boat capsize, you might need to swim to shore. Or let's say somebody falls into a lake and you're nearby, you might need to swim out to try and get them. You know? So yeah, I mean, even if you don't necessarily go swimming, there's still good reasons to learn how to swim, I think. I mean, sure, you can go your whole life never learn how to swim, and it's not necessarily gonna be a problem. But you know, still, I just feel like certain things that even if they're not necessarily life necessities, they're still a good idea to learn in case it's needed, in case a situation arises. Eesh. CPR, first aid, swimming, firearm training, financial literacy should be a must in my opinion. Yeah, I think firearm training, at least in, maybe not so much in the UK because it's a bit different here, but I think for American culture, that's probably a really good idea because, like, and not just like aiming to shoot and aiming to target, but I feel like firearm training should definitely include safety and responsibility around weapons, you know, because, boy, the way I'm hearing, like, bare people getting shot, like, in the last, I think, couple of weeks, I feel like 3 young people, you know, getting shot out in the streets, I've heard about. Oh, she's gonna let him eat the brains. Why would you do that? I guess it must be love. Swimming, I was supposed to learn as a kid. To need to learn, yeah. You can get adult swimming lessons. I remember I did that like years ago. I actually took some adult swimming lessons years ago. It was like an 8-week course, I think, and I got okay at it, and I did practice a little bit afterwards, but I never really kept it up. So I feel like at this point I'd be so out of touch with like swimming. I should probably do those lessons again and try to stay more consistent with it. Plus, it's a good way of keeping fit as well, I just think. So it's not a bad thing to do. You're the principal that got eaten season 1. Okay. I can't remember what that guy looked like. Damn. On the firearm training part here in the States. Yeah. Yeah, financial literacy is important as well. I think a lot of people don't have financial literacy, and that's something that I think can help. But to be honest, I always say that it's one of these things that as much as it should be taught, there's a reason why it probably won't get taught. I think there is a certain power that people have in keeping other people uninformed about certain things as much as possible. So yeah, it should be taught, but it probably won't happen anytime soon. So these zombies can have conversations. I'm kidding. You're a Giles-like character. You have wisdom. Okay. I mean, yeah. I guess I do have a certain advanced knowledge of the world. Giles is a pretty cool character, though. They kind of boy him a little bit, but he's a cool character. The one thing I don't like about Giles, though, is that he's a bit too willing to let Buffy kind of just do what she wants. Where it's like, bruh, you're the Watcher. Sometimes you need to put the foot down. You know what I mean? Sometimes you need to put the foot down. And be like, hey, look. I'd have to make up my own character because you're already... I'm a weird ass, so I just have to find my spot. Well, I don't know. You could be Oz. Oz is pretty weird. And he's a vampire. And he's a werewolf, so Oz might fit. Not the advanced knowledge of the world. You just need to have common sense. Well, as they say, common sense ain't all that common no more. Giles drinks tea though. I mean, I drink tea too, but I probably drink more coffee. Not even probably. I do drink more coffee these days. So we'll have to swap the tea for the coffee. But aside from that, yeah. I could do Giles. I could do Giles. Except I would insist on Mr. Giles. That's another thing, by the way. It's like those students don't call him Giles. Don't call him Mr. Giles. They call him Giles instead of Mr. Giles. I'm like, bruh, nah. It's Mr. Giles to you. I mean, Mr. Giles. So yeah, I'd be like, I'd insist on Mr. I'd be like, anytime somebody like, hey, Giles, I'd be like, hey, that's Mr. Giles to you. True that financial literacy should be taught at homes too, and with accommodations for people with dyslexia. Oh, for sure. I mean, yeah, should always have like options for any kind of learning difficulties and things like that. Giles in the band Candy episodes was a hard. Oh yeah, when he reverted back to his older days, cigarettes rolled up in the sleeve, and scored with Buffy's mum. Giles might end up like Kunta. Well, I mean Kunta Kinte. What are you saying? They're gonna chop off his foot if he puts his foot down. I don't know if Buffy would chop off Giles's foot if he insists on something, and if she did, then but she gotta go. What these guys gonna do, man? There's loads of them. I was saying someone like a vampire fanboy, not a Lycan fan. Lycan are werewolves, right? Or a werewolf hybrid. Something to do with werewolves, I'm sure. Okay, Dana, I don't know. That might be a little bit too soon for me. I'm only up to the end. I just watched it up to season 3, so I don't know Dana. So I'm just saying we might be entering into spoiler territory if we're talking about somebody called Dana. So but yes, Faith I'm aware of. Faith I don't know about. I liked Faith actually, but I felt like they kind of bitched out her character a little bit. But Faith was pretty cool. Elijah Dushku. Elijah Dushku was doing a lot of stuff back then as well. Like I think like late 90s, 2000s. Elijah Dushku was almost everywhere. She was in TV shows, movies. I think she had her own TV show like Dollface or something. I never saw it, but I remember it being around. She was in a movie called like Wrong Turn. can't give no spoilers on her. You'll see further into the seasons. Cool, cool, cool. But yeah, I mean, I just watched season 3. So I guess next is Angel season 1. Maybe start that in a little while. There's a couple of shows I want to watch before I start Angel, though. So I'll start that in a little while. Maybe even more than a couple of shows, actually. Because I want to watch... I'm watching First Kill at the moment. So I want to get through First Kill. Then Arcane. And then I want to go back to season 1 of Stranger Things. Then I think I'll watch Angel after that. That's kind of my... That's the order I have in my head right now. Faith played Arnie's daughter in True Lies. I remember watching True Lies. I can't remember the daughter though. But she would have been quite young then, because True Lies I think was mid-90s. Wasn't it? I think True Lies was like 93, 4, something like that. So this group must have been like teenage years at that point. Sarah should get girls in real life. Okay, that's pretty cool. Yeah, she was young. Oof. That might be why I don't remember her. But then I've only seen that movie once, like many years ago. So, Speaking of Buffy the Vampire Slayer, apparently in the comic book series, Willow becomes a new Vampire Slayer. Apparently. Well, I guess they can send them out there. You know, Sarah's real hair color is chocolate. She's a brunette. Okay. Oh, so the blonde is a dye. Alright. They dyed her blonde. Girls just wanna have fun. Oh, girls just wanna have... That's all they really want. True Lies was a pretty decent film, as I remember, though. I should probably watch it again at some point. I remember enjoying it, even though I watched it once, literally. But I remember it being a pretty decent flick. Brains. Speaking of Dana, Elijah Dushku's character in True Lies is called Dana. How about that? Cruel Intentions. I did see Cruel Intentions, actually. Wait, Cruel Intentions is the one where she has that girl and girl scene, isn't it? Or is that no, that wasn't Cruel Intentions, which I think was another one. The one with Nev Campbell. But it's even Nev... I'm pretty sure I think it was Nev Campbell did a movie. And there's a girl on girl scene. Or was that maybe both of them? It's wild. Oh yeah, yeah. With yeah, it was Nev Campbell. Not that I mean, of course I was watching a movie for the story. I'm just saying. Wild Things was a pretty decent flick, actually. And originally she was meant to be Cordelia. She was casted for that role, but she wanted to audition for the Slayer role. So she insisted that part was really for she was right. I mean, was she? Drew, that was one of his better action roles. Yeah, definitely. Nev Campbell and Denise Richards. Right, yes, I remember now. I is remembering now. Denise Richards was a big star back then as well. She was in like the James Bond movie and everything. Yeah, she and Freddie Prinze Jr. have been together since the late 90s, early 2000s. Well, congratulations to them, I guess. I guess. Yeah, I think they got together when they did Scooby-Doo. And yeah, they're still together. I believe they have a kid or two together as well. So yeah, congratulations to them indeed. Well, Wild Things was a pretty decent film. So many twists and turns. Yeah, it's been a minute since I watched it, but yeah, I remember it being really well put together film. And I'm pretty sure I did see Cruel Intentions, but I'm not sure I remember what happens in that. That didn't work. The garden with electricity. Hey, there you go, Thriller, Michael Jackson Thriller. And of course, from the beginning, what did I say? That looks like the Thriller scene from Thriller. And what did they do? They referenced Michael Jackson's Thriller. What did I say? What did I say? Man knows them things, you get me? Listen, I might not know nothing about no calculus, but I know a Thriller reference when I see one. You understand? Comments I saw that the new Slayer came into play in the far distant future, like 2023 or something. A girl named Michaela Frey, I think. Okay, Michaela. It's an interesting way to spell it, Michaela. SMG was fabulous, including Tessions. The kissing scene was with her and Selma Blair. Selma Blair. Selma Blair is one I don't remember. But I know the name, I just don't remember what she looks like. Okay, I got her face on my screen now. Looks like they got him. For now. Well, that was Return of the Living Dead Part 2. You know, I think I might prefer this to the first one, you know. I think I might prefer this to the first one. You know. I like the fact they had the zombies talking and saying stuff, because I feel like added a little bit more to the humor and just kind of the overtopness of it a bit. Some of the gruesome scenes where it's like punching people in the face and like, all that ooze and guts and things are coming out. And you got this kid trying to survive, the smart kid, but you know, he's just a kid. And I'm pretty sure those two guys are from the first movie. Like, I'm gonna have to double check. I'm gonna have to look it up. But I reckon those two guys from the first movie and they died in that too. And maybe that's the thing. Like, every movie, every Return of the Living Dead movie, they're in and they get killed. Maybe that's the thing, like an ongoing thing. I don't know. I've only seen 2 movies so far, and there's like 5 of them. So, but yeah, I liked it, man. I enjoyed it. I thought it was pretty cool. I think I watched True Lies in summer 2009 on VHS. She, Denise Richards, was in movies. Tyler Perry's Medea, Witness Protection, Altitude, and she's in a soap opera called The Bold and Beautiful. I know she was in Bold and Beautiful, actually. I know she's in Undercover Brother, if you've seen that movie, with Eddie Griffin. Yeah, just a silly zombie film. Wow. The best kind, really. Well, maybe not the best kind, but pretty good still. But yeah, no, I thought I liked it, man. I liked it. What y'all think of it? If anybody who's watched it along or anybody who's seen it already, what do you think of Return of the Living Dead 2? It's gonna be wild tonight. This song is so 80s, man. This song sounds like 80s personified. Yeah, I was on a cover Brother 2 and Starship Troopers. Oh yeah, Starship Troopers, which I'm still trying to watch. Sci-fi. Yeah, Starship Troopers. That was the Paul Verhoeven movie. Like, he did Paul Verhoeven directed RoboCop. And Total Recall. But yeah, Starship Troopers, one of his films. I like Starship Troopers as well. It's a good film. Co-ed toilets, co-ed changing rooms. I mean, that's not why it's a good film. Just saying that they had co-ed changing rooms. Oh, you know, there's a series on Amazon Prime called, what's it called? Pink Girl? No, that's not right. Let me try and find it again real quick. Paper Girls. It's called Paper Girls. Now, I've not seen it. I have not seen it, but it sounds like it could be a pretty cool show. So, this is what I read of it. It says, 4 young friends, paper routes, are disrupted on Hell Day in 1988 when they unknowingly time travel to 2019 while searching for a way home. So yeah, it sounds pretty cool to me. Like I say, I ain't watched it. It's on Amazon Prime. It sounds interesting. Sounds alright. Sounds like I might want to give it a go. If you got Amazon Prime, you could watch it as part of the series. It's 8 episodes, about 40 minutes each, 40 to 50 minutes each episode. So yeah, and if you do watch it, let me know what you think. And if I do watch it, I might let you know what I think. But yeah, it's called Paper Girls. But anyway, but yeah, no, I like that movie. I thought it was pretty cool. I liked Return of the Living Dead. So yeah, I think at some point, maybe in another month or so, we might do Return of the Living Dead Part 3. But yeah, do some other stuff in the meantime. Yeah, there is a Part 2 and 3 Sausage. I've not seen those though. I think they went straight to DVD or something. But yeah, I've not seen them. I watched one. I never bothered the others. But I do. Yeah, I do know about them. That's what is a good movie too. Ain't seen it for a long time. Yeah, that's a cool film. Great film. I love that song. I got it on my YouTube playlist. Song Fresh to Flesh was performed by Joe Lamont. Joe Lamont, I don't know who that is. Is that like a... I guess that's an 80s singer. Yeah, 80s singer from Australia. Speaking of pink, I'm curious about the new pink sauce from that. Okay, yeah, I keep seeing. I see people talk about that. Some pink sauce that you're not supposed to eat, but people are eating it. I don't know what it's about. I never watched the video. I see it. It was kind of this trending thing, but I was kind of like, I don't need to know about that. But I don't know. Maybe we'll check it out. But first, I'm gonna take a little break, for about 5-ish minutes. If you could stick around, that'd be awesome. Might talk more about the movie. Might talk more about pink sauce. So, a lot to look forward to. But yeah, I'll be back in about 5 minutes. So I'll see y'all soon. I'm in the manager because I like The Lost Boys, but I don't love it. I'm an oddball, I guess. You liked it, but didn't love it. Well, Sam, that's just not good enough, is it? I'm only kidding. It's a good movie. It's a good movie. I think one of the reasons why I like it a lot is because it's very much my childhood. You know, that kind of movie, the time I watched it, the era it represents. There's a lot of reasons why I like it on a personal level. But, yeah, maybe not everybody feels that about that film or any other film. And, you know, it's fine. It's fine. But if you enjoyed it anyway, even if you don't love it, that's still something. It's the ending song in Return of the Living Dead Part 2 that you just said. Oh, okay. Cool. Well, now I know. Appreciate that. All right, cool. See you guys in a little bit. And yeah, we'll talk some more about the movie. Maybe a little bit more about John Lamont. And maybe I'll try some of that pink sauce as well. Or maybe, actually, no, let me allow that joke. All I'm going to say is that pink could refer to something else. That's what I'm going to say for now. But anyway, see you in a bit. All right. We is back, y'all. We is back. So, what we talking about again? We're talking about pink is my favorite crayon. We're talking about Joe Lamont, who did the song at the end of the movie. And yeah, we're talking about the movie. What else are we talking about? What up, people? He's definitely doing time and as I'm about to. Well. There's actually another reason why I take breaks. Although the toilet bit is not untrue. There is another reason why I take breaks at certain times. And also some of the amongst the reasons why I moved the time of the streams from maybe earlier in the day to later in the day. So not just the toilet. There is another reason for that. But to avoid getting too theological, let me just leave that reason alone for now. But yeah, more than one reason. Toilet's just one of them. Now empty my bladder is different for you. You live on your toilet. That's amazing. I don't live on it, but I'm very close to the toilet. I think we are going to start doing this on your channel. Every time you upload, I'm going to ask about your bladder and bowel movements. You're not sharing. I want to know now. Well, if you want to know. So with part of my faith, there's prayers that happen throughout the day, 5 in total, and the specific times of the day would change because it's down to things like let me back up again. So you have one that's at dawn. No, is that right? Yeah. So one at dawn. One at noon, midday, one at afternoon, one at the evening, and then one at night. Now, the specific times of when those happen throughout the day are going to change slightly as the days get longer and shorter throughout the year. So the one for the evening at the moment is round about 8:50 at the moment. And that has to be done before the next prayer is due. So to avoid doing it too late, I'll start the stream at a time where by the time it's due, I could take a break before and then do that, and then back one later on. And depending on the time of the year, it might be that I might need to start the stream a bit earlier, or maybe start the stream a bit later. But yeah, that is the reason, just to do with prayer times of throughout the day. And yes, I do use a toilet as well. Feel free to be more than happy to share the details. Braxton's back again. Oof, let me take these off actually. I don't think I need these on right now. Oof. Alright, but it was this pink sauce thing about then, since that got brought up. What is this pink sauce about? What's all this about then anyway? Sauce. Is it pink sauce? Why TikTok's pink sauce was made to go viral? Some chicken strips with blue cheese, ranch, and German chocolate cake. Well, you know what? That sounds like a good combination. I do like me some chocolate and chicken. I don't know about the ranch though. I don't know if I've ever tried blue cheese ranch. I'm gonna have to take your word for it that it's nice, but I don't think I've ever tried that. But I do like me some chicken. I do like me some German chocolate cake. I'm just saying. Sounds like a good combination. You 5 times per impressed in that short time. I'm impressed. Well, I've had a lot of practice. I've had a lot of practice, so I feel like I've got it down to a T. So I have it right now. I'm trying to look up this pink source thing. I'm not sure. I mean, I guess I have to read the article to know more about it, but I don't know, man. This is kind of long. I don't know if I want to read this article. He just put it in that headline. What is pink sauce? Like, is it actually edible? Because I keep seeing people saying things like, don't eat it. The pink sauce is a condiment made by a TikToker who goes by Chef P and who is a private chef in Miami. It is, according to its website, made up of water, sunflower seed oil, raw honey, distilled vinegar, garlic pitaya, pink Himalayan sea salt, and less than 2% of dried spices, lemon juice, milk, citric acid, with the pitaya accounting for its pink color. Its virility quickly gave way to drama. I don't get it. Why aren't you supposed to eat it then? I don't get it, man. I don't know, man. This world is weird. This world is weird. Maybe if I actually bother to read the rest of it, it might tell me. But boy, that sounds like a lot of work right now. This is a long article. I'm probably not going to be trying it anytime soon, though, to be honest with you. I'll stick to ketchup. Actually, no, ketchup is for commoners. Give me brown sauce. I'm posh. I'll go with the brown sauce. You commoners can have your tomato ketchup. I want the brown sauce. It's always interesting when you talk about your faith, even if it's just slightly opens up my ignorant mind. Well, if I can do some good, then I'm glad. Any good is from God. Only mistakes are mine. But if there's something that good comes out of it, then cool. But we'll say that I mean, I guess it's you might have noticed that although it's not exactly a secret, you know, about my faith, it's not something I talk about a whole lot either. And there's a few reasons for that, you know. I guess the main one being is that I never like to I don't like to feel like, I mean, for one thing is that, you know, this channel isn't, you know, don't get me wrong, it's like I said, obviously it's a place where I want to express myself, and, you know, my faith is going to be part of that because it's important to me. But at the same time, it's not a religious centric channel, not what I was necessarily going for, you know. And there's plenty of like channels like that, which is fine. There's plenty of people who put channels about, you know, talking about Christianity, talking about Islam, talking about Judaism, and, you know, that's fine. If people want to do that, I don't have an issue with it. But it just wasn't something that I felt like I wanted to do. And although, like I said, I don't have an issue with people knowing about it, it's not a secret. You know, if people have questions, I'll try my best to answer, that sort of thing. But, you know, I just felt, because my faith is ultimately something that's personal to me, it wasn't something I felt like I needed to keep talking about all the time. Because if my faith is personal to me, then somebody else's faith is personal to them, or what you believe or don't believe is personal to you. And you know what I mean? So it's like, yeah. Ain't no secret, but yeah, if people have questions, then like I said, I'll try my best to answer. I can't promise that I have all the answers, but I do what I can. Daddy's brown sauce, not the HP sauce. Nah, Daddy's brown sauce is rank. What are you talking about? Daddy's. First of all, it's called Daddy's. Like, why would you call anything Daddy's? That's like the worst name to call anything. I mean, apart from your actual dad, of course. But apart from that, Daddy's. Ugh. Nah, man. Give me the real stuff. I'm not purposely ignorant. It's just not something I know much about. No, that's cool. I get that. I mean, I think the truth is that unless you say know somebody personally and that's in your life and maybe somebody you could directly ask all the time, or it's probably not something a lot of people are going to look up. Like, I don't know if I'm not sure how much I would look up if I was in a different position, you know? So it's just one of these things. Like, I mean, we are all ignorant of something when it comes down to it. You know what I mean? Nobody knows everything. And as much as we know that we should look things up, right? Let's be honest, we don't always, right? We don't. And it's just kind of how we go. Some things we might look into, other things we don't. And it's not necessarily always down to like liking something or not liking something. It's just down to just certain, I don't even know what it comes down to be honest, but it's just we're all ignorant to something. And as much as we know that we can look things up, we all got access to it. Well, most of us have access to the internet. We can just look things up. Let's be honest, we don't always. Like, I'm guilty of that too on plenty of occasions. So if you don't know, you don't know. If you want to know, look it up or ask me. It's cool. If you don't want to know, that's cool too. You know, like I said, I don't want to feel like I'm. That's another. I guess another one other reason I don't always talk about it is because I don't want to feel like because I don't. Of course, I encourage it, right? I believe in it, so of course I think it's a good thing. But also, I don't want to feel. I want anyone to feel like I'm pushing it on them either. You know what I mean? Because ultimately, everybody's welcome here, whether you believe in God or not. That's a personal thing for you. And it may not be something I agree with. If you don't believe in God, clearly I do believe, so that might be something we disagree on. But, you know, it's a personal thing for you. So as much as it's a personal thing for me, so I don't want to feel like I'm pushing it on people. I want people to feel like I'm pushing it on them, you know. There's also how-to videos on the pink. Okay, so a video on that stuff came packaged wrong. Unpopular opinion, I don't like ketchup, but brown sauce is a different story. You know what the truth is? I don't mind ketchup. Like, I'll put it on chips, right? Brown sauce is okay, right? But here's the actual truth, in my opinion. If I had to choose between out of a condiment, if I had to choose, I would say most of the time I would go for mayonnaise. I would go for mayonnaise. Mayonnaise on chips. I don't know if you've ever tried mayonnaise and chips. Mayonnaise in burgers. Like, if you had to choose just one, I would most likely go for mayonnaise. I like ketchup. I don't mind brown sauce. But if I had to choose, actually no, that's a lie. I'll probably go for hot sauce if that's available, or barbecue sauce. Actually, no, yeah, I think I'll go for barbecue sauce. Okay, here's my order: barbecue sauce, hot sauce, mayonnaise, ketchup, brown sauce. That's my order. That's my order. I mean, if I could have all of them, I'll take all of them. But if I had to choose one, that's my order. So I'm an atheist, but I do find religion interesting. Well, or who you believe in or don't is your own business. Oh, indeed. I just love people to get each other over whatever belief they have and damn near murk each other. I'm like, well, that's too finely gone. Okay. That took an odd turn. You don't want to feel like you're for something. Right, exactly, you know. And like I say, if somebody's interested in it, I don't want to discourage that, of course. But at the same time, if people aren't asking me about it, then I kind of have to take that as somewhat of a sign that it's either something people aren't that interested in, or at least not in that kind of way, which is fine too, because at the end of the day, it's like we all live our lives the best way we know how, you know, and it's not for me to tell you what's best for you. You have to figure it out for yourself. And if that involves religion, great. If not, you know, then that's your life, you know. If it's that's how I say it. It's not for me to tell other people how they must live. I could only talk about what I think is good, and if that resonates with somebody in some way, then cool, right? But it's not. I don't want to feel like, I don't want people to feel like you're only welcome here if you're Muslim or if you're religious, you know, because that's just not the case. I think everybody's welcome to come and watch these live streams and videos and talk about masturbating, pissing, and religion, because we have a range here. We talk about masturbating, pissing, gangbangs, and religion, right? So I think we've got a bit of a range on these live streams. But yeah, everybody's welcome here, and we, like I said, we might not always agree on things, whether it's what we believe in or what our, you know, faith or lack of faith or things like that. We might not always agree, but hopefully there's at least always some kind of respect for a fellow human being that, you know, I've had pizza dipped in mayo sauce. That was nice, I think. Pizza dipped in, yeah. You know when you buy pizza, it comes with, I think it's garlic sauce. I'm not really sure exactly what it is, but it does taste nice though. Or maybe it is mayo sauce. I don't know. It's a bit loose to be mayonnaise. It might be more, I think it might be garlic sauce. But they give like a little tub or something. I like that. I like that. I think religion is all different faiths. So I couldn't pick one, but I enjoy hearing different perspectives, because as much as I believe you can still learn a thing or two. Indeed, you could always learn from something, right? A lot of genocide and atrocities has happened due to religion. Yeah, but then a lot of atrocities happen that aren't due to religion. So you know what I mean? It's people. I feel like things like it's just people. You know, a person claims a faith, that doesn't necessarily mean that person is actually following the rules of that faith. You know, it's like a person claims to be a cop and they still do bad things. You know, people are corruptible regardless of what you believe in and what you don't believe in. We're human and we are corruptible, and we all are susceptible to that. And you know, it's like a person could be a doctor. In fact, this has happened on plenty of occasions. A person is a doctor and, you know, murders their patients. You know what I mean? So it's not that one group of people is bad because and it's that thing that's bad. I think if you could understand that people would always find a reason to justify their atrocities, whether that's through social things or religious things or political things or any other things. You know, people find a way to justify their own atrocities, and it's a shame that it happens, right? It shouldn't happen. You know, it would be nice if you can say, I'm a cop, and everybody could understand that means that you uphold the law, but the reality is that it doesn't. It'd be nice if you could say, I'm a Christian, and everybody can understand it to mean that, you know, you're compassionate and, you know, you look after people and you do good things. But the reality is that it doesn't. It'd be nice if you could say, you know, oh, I'm Muslim or Jew or whatever, and it could just mean all these positive things, because it should do, right? But it doesn't, you know, because people are corruptible and people find ways to justify their corruption, whether that's religion or through religion or other things. So yeah, it's I personally wouldn't say it's due to religion. I would say that's due to people being corrupted, because of any rules of religion wouldn't justify genocide. You know, you go through the books, whether any of the holy books, and none of them would say genocide is okay. None of them say that, but people will find ways to justify it because people are corruptible. You know. I've dipped pizza in chili sauce. I don't think I've tried that, but that sounds like I would like it. I do like me some chili sauce. Yeah, because this is a Grown Folks channel, and your channel, you can talk about whatever. Indeed. Well, I don't know about whatever. There's probably a limit somewhere, I'm sure. There's a limit to everything. I don't know if we've reached that limit yet, but there's a limit somewhere. I've always said it's people, these server groups might claim it's for religion, but that's crap. It's about power. Yeah, indeed. People are corruptible. Power corrupts. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. So yeah, it's a shame that people do it. It'd be great if they didn't, right? It'd be great if they didn't. But unfortunately, it's just not the world we live in. And all we can do is all we can do, right? All we can do is the best we can do. You know, you can't control other people's actions, but you can always control your own. You know, well, maybe not always, I guess, you know, there's some exceptions, but for the most part, you could control your own actions. And yeah, you just try to do the best you can in any given moment. We're not always going to do the best we can. Sometimes we're going to do less than the best we can. Sometimes we're going to just get things wrong or make a mistake or forget something. But if we're aware of that, and where I think one of the important things is to be aware that we could all be corrupted by something. You know, we could all be susceptible to some kind of corruption. I think one of the mistakes that people make is that they begin to believe that they're beyond certain things, that certain things just don't affect them because they're beyond that. And I think once you made that mistake, you're probably more likely to be affected by it because you wouldn't recognize the signs. You know, you wouldn't recognize when it's happening because you allowed yourself to believe that it won't happen to you. So I feel like if it's important to know, important to remember that we could all be corrupted, so that if something is happening that just doesn't feel right, you know, we could be aware of it and do our best to not let it affect you, right? Rather than trying to pretend that it doesn't and that it does. Actual channel, your domain, sounds your call. Followers are groomed and foes are groomed, but people ain't ready for that conversation. It's easy to believe they are evil. Indeed. I think when it comes down to it, like good and bad, it's a simple thing, but it's also a very complicated thing, right? Because I feel like we all know what's right and what's wrong, but then we get these situations where we feel like we know what's right, we feel like we know what's wrong, but do we? Do we really know what's right and wrong? You know, and that's one of the reasons why I just kind of feel like sometimes you got to be, look, I can't be the guy that tells somebody else what to do in whatever. But yeah, it's complicated. It can get real complicated real quick, you know. Is somebody a bad person? Like, imagine a kid growing up, yeah? And, you know, he's got a mother, father, and his mother and father have taught him nothing but bad, evil things, right? And that's all he knows. This kid ain't never been to school. He was homeschooled. So everything that he's ever been taught in life, he's learned from his mother and father, which is like, be bad, be bad, be bad. Now, most people can look at that and say, well, the kid didn't really stand a chance for it. Of course, he's going to do bad things when he goes out into the world because that's all he knew. That's all he was taught. He never had any other influences. right? But what happens, say, I don't know, 20 years after that kid has left home and he has seen other things? At what point, or is there a point where you can say, okay, I get that he's had this horrible upbringing, but he's an adult now. He's been out this house now. When does it become his responsibility? You know what I mean? Like, at what point does he has to stop blaming his parents, that the fact that his parents did this horrible things to him? When does it become his responsibility? And you know, to be honest, I feel like we can't answer that. We don't get to answer that question. We can have our opinions on it, sure, but can we really answer that? Because we've never been in that situation. We can understand it to some degree that somebody growing up in a horrible environment is going to very likely to do horrible things when they leave that environment because that's all they know. But at what point does it stop being his parents' responsibility that he's this way and becomes his responsibility? Is there a point where it becomes his responsibility? You know, we can't answer that. I don't think any person can answer that unless that person has been in that exact situation. I'm not sure anybody can answer that. Like I say, we could have our opinions on it, but can we actually answer that question? So yeah, it gets very complicated. So why people target people in vulnerable situations, they're easy to manipulate. Indeed. Sounds like Cleverface. Okay. Sounds like him in some parts. Maybe that's where I got it from without realizing. I've seen that movie. Maybe that's where I got it from. I didn't realize I was referencing. I wasn't trying to reference Texas Chainsaw, but maybe I was doing it subconsciously. Yeah. I think that for me anyway, and you know, I feel like most people. Well, I won't say most. I don't know most people. I think my guess, at least, you guys in the chat, and hopefully good of some other people as well, have kind of the general view of live and let live. You know, I feel like a lot of people come to this channel. We have that kind of general view of live and let live. Like, we're not always going to understand other people's actions and why they do the things they do, and we're not always going to like it, quite frankly, and we don't necessarily have to. But in the end of the day, it's like, you live and let live. Like, you do the best you can. They're going to do the best they can, and the best they can might not be the thing that you like or thing that you think is a good thing, but live and let live, you know. And for me, I'd say when it's all said and done, you know, God judges all of us. I guess you guys won't have that bit at the end, but ultimately it's live and let live, you know. I'll live my life, you live your life. As long as your life doesn't stop me from living my life, then hey, I ain't got no problem, you know. But if somebody's doing things that does interfere with your life, yeah, that could be an issue. Depending on how exactly it interferes, of course, but yeah, that could be an issue. Don't judge anyone. No one of us here is perfect. We are all just trying to live in these times. Indeed. Indeedy do. Just trying to do the best we can with what we have. Sometimes we get it right. Sometimes we don't. But we keep going. We keep going. So I can attempt to give my opinion, not an answer, because not every mofo opinion will matter that much. There's a quote I heard ages ago, years ago, in fact, at this point, but it's something that's kind of stuck with me that I think is true. Opinions are like arseholes. Everybody's got one, and they all stink. Now, I mean, of course, it's not exactly true. There are some decent opinions out there, of course, but you know, generally speaking, I feel like that quote for me pretty much hits the nail on their head. You know, everybody's got an opinion, just like everybody's got an arsehole. I guess we fear not everybody's arsehole stinks. Some people actually wash their batties out. Just saying. Just saying. Soap and water. Wash your batty. Wash your batty. Don't just wipe. Wash. Wash your batty. Make sure you get it all out. Wash your batty. In between the cracks. Wash your batty. Listen. If a girl gonna eat your ass out, you right? And she gets like doo-doo nuggets on her tongue, she never gonna see you again. You know what I mean? And she gonna tell all her friends not to avoid you. And once that word starts getting around, nobody gonna eat your ass again. You know what I mean? Once that word starts getting around that you got doo-doo nuggets on your batty hole, word gets around, that's it for you, fam. That's it. So wash your batty. Wash your batty. And wash your balls too while you're at it. You know? Wash your balls too. I mean, you got your underpants on all day, or even if you don't wear underpants, you got your trousers on all day. You know what I mean? Your balls are sweating, perspiring. Don't see much sunlight. Don't see much daylight. Don't see much air. Wash your balls, man. Wash your balls. Get that soap and water in there. Wash them properly. Listen, if your balls are sticking to the sides of your legs, you know what I mean? Like, you wash your balls out. Wash your balls out, man. Listen, if a girl's gonna give you like a happy ending, right? And she takes your trousers down, takes your pants down, and the first thing she does is this. It's over for you, fam. It's over. She pulls her pants down. She's like this. It's over. So wash your batty. Wash your balls. Soap and water. I sometimes might not judge every move outright, but I always do it in my mind. So tonight we have learned Kev praise and likes his bum eating. Well, I mean, we can we can get the treats, just saying. Don't nobody want to eat that stewed ass shit. Exactly. Exactly. Wash your batty. Wash your balls. And also, it's just good health, really. It's just good health. I mean, imagine like you get into a car accident, right? And they take you to the hospital, and you know you kind of bleed in, so your clothes are kind of, your clothes are kind of stuck to you. So the doctor has to like cut your trousers off. Doctor cuts your trousers off, cuts your pants off, and the first thing he does is this. That's life and death, fam. Like, you dead. Like, you know what I mean? That's the difference between living and dying. The doctor had to like move his head away because you stunk so much. He can't be operating on you. You dead. You dead. So wash your batty, wash your balls. Might sound like a joke. Not a joke thing, fam. It's not a joke thing. It is life and death. It is literally the difference between life and death. Doctor has to take your clothes off, and the first thing he does is there's all the nurses around just coughing. You dead. You dead. You're not surviving. The time they could have been operating on you and they're not, you dead. So yeah. You need to wash yourself. It's important. Eating pyramids. It just gets bigger as it goes along. Yeah, the kinky side, I can tell. Wow. That kinky side has been dormant for a while. It needs some exercise. Doesn't apply when pushing the baby out though, because you can't actually poo yourself while pushing. Oh, that is true. That is true. So yeah, the doctors better be ready for that. If they're not ready for that, then they're just gotta hold their breath in that case. That's the one exception. That's the one exception. But to be fair though, if they should be ready for that, like a doctor should be ready for that. You know what I mean? They should be ready for that in that case. If they're not ready for that, then yeah, get them out of there. Get some doctors who are ready for that. They need to be ready for that. They can't be coughing and gagging. Like, I don't know that's gonna happen. Nah, them doctors need to be ready for that. Sewage pipe, pussy, breath, ass. I did bleed a lot though. That's gross. Well, even the miracle of childbirth has its own scars. Is that how it goes? No, even the miracle of childbirth. I think no, I might have said it wrong. Even the miracle of childbirth leaves its scars. I can't remember how the quote goes, but something along those lines. So after the first child, Sam, you had your first child, and then you were like, yeah, I want to do this again. Like, really? Like 2 more times? Like, really? You weren't like, actually, I think I'm done. I'm not doing that again. Here's the thing. If people talk about what would happen if men had babies, right? Here's what I think would happen. If men could give birth, what would probably happen is that, like, before, like, you know, they give birth, they'd be like, oh yeah, I can handle it. I can handle it. Don't worry about me. I can handle it. I can handle it. I don't need no painkillers. I don't need no Epireperin or whatever. I can handle it. But then they'll give birth and they'll be like, nah, I ain't doing that again. I ain't never doing that again. Listen, if men can give birth, every family would have exactly 1 or no children. That's it. You won't have like 3. You won't get no. Maybe, I guess maybe occasionally you got the ones with twins and stuff like that. But most of the time you're like 1 or no kids. That be it. Every family 1 or no kids. You know, like one kid be like, nah, I ain't doing that again. Nah, forget that. I ain't doing that again. No way, no way. Only people who got very call it a miracle. That's probably true, actually. That's probably true. But yeah. No pain, no gain, as they say. It's kind of interesting, though, that a lot of things in life, a lot of good things in life, I should say, rather, come after some kind of pain or trial or, you know, something like that. Some kind of hardship. I felt I don't want anymore. Then when I found out I was pregnant with Sophie, I could tell how much Elliot wanted it. So the rest is history. So it's literally Elliot's fault then. It's all his fault. I did this for you. This is all you're doing. I need watch the nasty motherfucking houses with Comet and Ajax or Type. Okay. I'm assuming those are cleaning brands. I think Ajax we have over here actually. No, we don't. We used to have Ajax, but they changed the name. It's called Sif now. Ajax used to be called. Sif used to be called Ajax, but they changed it to Sif. CIF. It's been. I think like it was been a while ago now, I guess. But yeah. I don't know if you want to be using Sif when you're Batty though. I mean, I suppose it could work, I guess, but I don't know. There might be better options. If it's what I'm thinking of, that's mostly used for cleaning, like sinks and baths and ceramics and stuff like that. Might not want to use it on your bum hole. That might not go so well. I don't want to be the reason he wouldn't be at that, so and it must have been love. Tide. Oh yeah, I know Tide. Tide is like that's for clothes, isn't it? Yeah, it's because those tablets that people were eating at one time. Like it's a clothes washer or something. Is it wash machine thing? I have a heart sometimes. Just a little bit. I'm gonna guess how the conversation between Sam and Elliot went when Sam was getting ready to have a second baby. Sam was like, "Oh, I don't know, man. I've been through this already. It's tough. I don't think I want to do it again." Elliot was like, "Oh, go on, please. I want to be a dad." Sam was like, "No, I don't know. I mean, I understand, but it's tough. It just hurts. I don't want to do it again." Elliot was like, "I'll give you a cheesecake." Sam was like, "All right, go on then." The question is, did he actually give you the cheesecake though, or did he have his fingers crossed? I was doing those Tide Pod challenges a couple of years ago. Yeah, I remember that. People just like eating it. Like I thought that was a good idea to put washing up liquid in your mouth, or was it washing up soap washer, clothes washer, whatever it was, Tide Pods in your mouth and bite into it. Like, no way that is a good idea. And then the fact that people were doing it and Tides themselves had to issue that warning saying, yeah, don't eat this. It's actually poison for people. It's not supposed to be ingested. It can kill you. Don't do that. It's like we were saying before, common sense ain't that common no more. Like, raw. I'll get Mage angry when hungry. So he gives me the goods to shut me up. Oh wait, when you say the goods, you mean cheesecake or you mean the goods? I hit that one too early actually. I messed that up. Do you mean the goods? I mean, I guess either is fine, right? So either is fine. Next time they can do a challenge with Mercury and get it over the oof. Yeah, that I think that challenge won't last long at all. Yeesh. Oh man. Yeah. And must have been love. Penis or food. Food wins every time. Does it though? Oh, actually, you know what? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I mean, I guess, yeah, it's probably different for women, I guess. So, yeah, I get it. I get it. I get it. I get it. I've had 3 kids, yes, absolutely. Yeah, I guess to be fair, it's like that dick is dangerous. Do you know what I mean? It's like you got 3 kids already. Do I really want to take that risk again? I mean, yeah, there's protection and blah 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 blah, and this and the other, but do I really want to take that risk? Do I really want to take that risk? You want to see something comical, watch a funny Marco DoorDash phone call prank. Funny Marco, what's it called? Funny Marco DoorDash phone call prank. Alright, 1 sec. In fact, hold on a sec. Ugh. Damn thing starts creaking. Let me see here. I'm assuming it's on YouTube, because everything's on YouTube. Don't want children, but they are all the birth control I need. Unfunny Marco channel. Okay, cool. Prank call gone wrong. DoorDash. Alright, this is like 5 minutes, so I won't watch that now. Check that later. I'll check that later. But yeah, man. It's hard out there for a pimp. By the way, remember what I was saying the other day? Like, I was getting these, like, hot girls type people sending me these friend requests on Twitter. That's still happening. Like, I have no idea why. And still, none of them have, like, sent me any kind of messages. I'm pretty sure they don't know who I am. They don't interact with anything I post. So I don't know, like, it feels like there's a scam there somewhere. But it's like, I don't know what the scam is, because they're not trying to contact me. They're not trying to sell me anything. They're not trying to offer me anything. It's just a bunch of girls that follow me, all the same kind of thing. Hot girl picture, you know, sexy girl pose, that kind of stuff. 1 or 2 pictures on their profile, on their page. And they're just following. I'm not the only one. They all seem to be following a whole bunch of people. And I don't get it. Like, I honestly don't get what it is, because it's like, am I supposed to do something with this? Because I don't understand it. I mean, don't get me wrong, I appreciate the follow, but it's like, what am I supposed to do with somebody following me that does nothing with that follow? And apparently it's a thing, because there's a whole bunch of girls doing it. And I know it's not just me. They seem to be just following people. I don't know. I assume, and this is just my assumption, I assume the plan is to follow a bunch of people that are supposed to then follow them back. And they can maybe build some kind of Twitter profile life from that, where somebody maybe eventually sponsors a tweet or something. That's the only thing I could guess. I don't know if that's what their actual plan is, because I don't follow them back, because I don't see the point. But I'm assuming that's the kind of thing where you have a bunch of girls following just random people, many random people, and a bunch of horny dudes just follow them back, I suppose. And then, I don't know, they build a Twitter career from that. I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. But yeah. I still get a bunch of these like follow things from all these girls, and all the same thing. hot girl, sexy picture, and that's it. But hey, it is what it is. I don't gotta understand everything, and it don't really bother me. In the end of the day, it don't affect me from doing what I'm trying to do. So, as weird as it is, as odd as it is, as much as I don't get it, in the end, whatever, Trevor. But what's the time, Mr. Wolf? It is almost 20 minutes past 10 p.m. Where have been going? Excuse me. We've been going for over 3 hours. So yeah, it's a pretty long one. Pretty long one. Yeah, so I don't think they're pickles because I ain't a dude. I might be, who knows. Yeah, we shouldn't assume, right? Don't assume gender. And you know, Sam could be a boy's name. So just saying. Just saying. But yeah. I ain't know, man. I ain't know. I think there's a lot of people trying to make their money on OnlyFans these days, and maybe that's just part of that. You know, maybe it's part of that. But I feel like if you are I don't want to say good-looking woman, because everybody's good-looking. I know that sounds corny, but it's true. But if you are a woman that, say, fits into the traditional beauty standards, right? If you have a look that fits into that kind of traditional beauty standard that seems to be in like magazines and movies and TVs, like the closer you look to that sort of thing, or the closer you can make yourself look to that kind of thing, then yeah, you could probably make a good amount of money on OnlyFans. You probably could make a decent amount of money, and it probably isn't that hard. Like in terms of work that you have to do and money. And it's probably not even that, like in terms of how, like if you treat it like a business, how much you would spend to get a good following is probably pretty low. You know, like in terms of, like if you set up like a Twitter account or an Insta or whatever and literally just like post a few sexy pictures, follow a whole bunch of dudes, at least a few of them are going to be clicking on your OnlyFans link. You know what I mean? You follow a whole bunch of dudes. Like I say, you don't even need to be that picky. Just follow dudes. Anybody who looks like a dude, especially anybody who has like their shirt off in their profile picture, follow that guy. Or any anime. The ones to follow. Let me give some advice here. Let me put you on game. If you're gonna do this thing, yeah. If you're gonna do OnlyFans, and you're trying to figure out who to follow to get you to follow back. Any guy that has a profile picture where they got their shirt off, especially if they got like a six-pack and that sort of thing, they got their shirt off, and anybody with like an anime picture in their profile, if they got like an anime avatar, and you follow them, they're gonna click on that OnlyFans link. So like, yeah, if you're a woman and you fit into, or you fit close to that sort of beauty standard, then yeah, you could probably make a good amount of money on OnlyFans, and you probably don't have to spend that much money to do it. And yeah, you're gonna have to put in some work in terms of like following all these people so they know about you and that sort of thing, and posting things. You're gonna have to put in some work. But I think in the end of the day, once you got the ball rolling, which probably won't even take that long in most cases, it probably okay. You know, you probably could make a good amount of money with very little effort. And that's the world we live in. That's the world we live in. I could identify as African American, South Korean, teapot. No one can tell me nothing. Exactly. When people talk about dating, high value man, I'm totally lost because I ain't looking for that. I just want someone who is real. I mean, the whole high value man, to be honest, I think it's bullshit, really. That whole kind of alpha male thing. It's like, it's based on, at least as far as I can tell, I don't spend a lot of time watching those videos, but I have seen a few clips and a few things on it. And so based on that, I should say, it's not, I can't, to be fair, I can't give some well thought out, detailed opinion on the whole thing, but based on the limited thing that I know, it just seems like a whole lot of bullshit to me. And definitely a scam, you know, like this guy, what's his face, Kevin Samuels? Like, I'm pretty sure this dude finessed a whole bunch of money out of a whole bunch of people. And he did it in a way where I feel like a lot of them don't even realize, you know. But yeah, that it just seems like silly to me. End of the day, it's like it just seems to be based on a lot of these kind of gender roles, which those themselves I don't get. I'm not even into that. Like a man must do this and a woman must do that. It's like, no, you figure out what works for you. You know what I mean? Like you figure out what works for you. And if you're in a relationship with one person and for whatever reason that doesn't work out, and you in a relationship with another person, and then you're kind of like, well, you have to do this and you have to do that. It's like, do you not understand the reason why you're you know what I mean? Like people bring over the baggage from one relationship and put it into another relationship and try to dictate how things go, and then get mad that the second relationship didn't work out either. You know, it's like you learn from things. You know, you learn from things that don't work out or whatever. And not only that, like, the fact that just because something works with one person, just because they like things that way, that doesn't mean the next person is going to like that. And if you're not willing to adapt, or, you know, I don't want to say compromise, because I don't think anybody should be compromising. But if you're certainly not willing to be like, okay, we're going to have to figure out what works for us, and you just kind of bring all this baggage over because a man must do this and a woman must do that. Come on, man. Come on, man. Gonna create an OnlyFans when I can. Hey, get that money, man. Get that money. But yeah, man. A lot of these videos just seem to be like guys who... I'm pretty sure like a lot of the guys who run these sort of alpha male podcast things, my guess would be a lot of them don't even believe the things they're saying themselves, but they recognize that there's a lot of money to be made in that sort of that arena. You know, there's a lot of dudes out there that love these videos, love to watch these videos on YouTube about, you know, man humbles a woman and that sort of thing. Woman gets put in her place, you know, stuff like that. They love these videos. They love to watch them type of videos. And that's what they do. They put out those types of videos because they can make some money doing it. But my guess would be that a lot of these channels probably these people run those channels probably don't believe the things they're saying themselves. They're just, or maybe they do believe it, but my guess would be that well, I don't know. It doesn't even matter whether they believe it or not, but they just, either way, whether they believe it or they don't believe it, they've all recognized that there's money to be made in that kind of content. A lot of dudes out there that got dumped by a girl or was in a relationship with a girl that didn't work out, and now they're angry, you know, and rather than looking inwards and figuring out what you can do better to improve and things like that, they'd rather just watch a video about how women are this and women are that and men are this, and it's like, oh shit. Sorry. In fact, speaking of that sort of thing, here's something I've noticed. Is that a lot of the channels, you go on YouTube, there's a lot of channels that give like relationship advice. You know, most of them are relationship advice, at least most of the popular ones are relationship advice to men. So it's either a man giving relationship advice to other men, or boys really, let's be honest, because it's usually younger crowds. And it's things like about, you know, man must do this, woman must do that, you know, man humbles woman and that sort of thing. It's usually that kind of stuff. Or it's a woman giving advice to men, or again, mostly young boys, I'm sure. And yeah, similar sorts of things, you know, like, you know, similar sorts of things about, yeah, woman, this is a woman's place, there's a man's place, and that sort of stuff. But here's what's interesting to me. A lot of the popular channels, and maybe not all of them, I'm not researching this, I'm just going by what I've noticed. But it seems to me that a lot of the popular channels are run by single people. And that's interesting to me. That's fascinating to me. That there are people who are themselves single, and they're making a career out of giving relationship advice to people. Does that seem right to you? You know what I mean? Like, how are you going to tell people how to be in a relationship when you yourself are having trouble staying in a relationship? You know what I mean? Like, all you can do is tell people what not to do. You don't get to be like, oh yeah, it should be this way, and it should be that way. When you yourself are single as the number one, and you out here making a career out of giving relationship advice. I don't know, man. That don't seem right to me. That don't seem right to me. That's like asking food advice from a vegan. You know what I mean? It's like, that don't seem right to me. Like, that don't seem right to me. I never considered myself a looker, but I did always get a lot of male attention. Elliot used to get jealous of only we had OnlyFans then. Yeah, I think like we're all pretty, we're all beautiful, we're all good looking. You know, we don't all fit into the traditional idea of beauty, but we all have it, you know. And I think sometimes we start to believe that we don't, and that shows, you know. When I feel like when we really start to believe that we don't, it shows. You know, we're not maybe standing up straight, or we're not really living in our confidence, you know. And it could take, it's not that you can't come out of that, or you know, you can't meet somebody or whatever, but yeah, I feel sometimes when we lack that self-confidence or that kind of self-value, it can show, especially when it's really, really low. When our self-esteem gets really, really low, it can show. And depending on who sees it, could depend on whether that person is somebody who still wants to be around you and form a kind of friendship and relationship with you, or somebody who's going to look at you and be like, you know. Whoever wants a so-called roll with us 50-50-ish, well, that's on them. I raise my eyebrow on that, but at the same time, as long as the message is said, I don't think anyone should be giving relationship advice unless you have been happily married for 20 plus years. Right, exactly. It's like, how you can be out here telling people what they should and shouldn't do in a relationship, and your man left you? Like, what is going, you know what I mean? You can't keep a man. Are you going to tell people how to keep him? Like, does that seem something not right here? Something not right here. And this dude, Kevin Samuels, like he apparently he was given like all his advice about being a high value man, and a man provides for a woman and this, that, and the other. And then he died, I think maybe a couple of months ago. But apparently when he died, he didn't have he was single and didn't have that much money on him at the time of his death. Like he died. Well, maybe, I mean, I say not much money. I'm sure he had more money than the average poor boy like me, but apparently he didn't have that much money on him at the time of his death. So he pretty much died broke and alone. You know, this guy's out here talking about relationship advice. A man must do this, be a high value man. Man must do this, man must, and the dude died broken alone. Something don't seem right here. Do you know what I mean? Something don't seem right here. A person sees it and wants you in their lives. They're a keeper. Indeed. Indeed they are. Sounds like Jay to fake it. Yeah, Jada out here talking about healing. What was it? Yeah, what was that show? What's what she does? For what's that show called? Table Talk, Red Table Talk. Yeah, talking about healing and all right. I mean, I guess to be fair, she was into self healing as well. It's just that her form of self healing meant filling in a hole. I'm not here to judge. I'm not here to judge. Kevin Samuels spoke them facts for the most part. I mean, to be fair, I didn't watch a lot of his stuff. Like I said, I only seen like bits and pieces of it, and so maybe he did speak a lot of facts. In fact, I wouldn't be all too surprised if he did. But from what I have seen, there may have been a lot of facts in there. There definitely was a lot of BS in there as well. So it's truths, lies and truths. Facts and no facts is all kind of mixed in. And I think the type of people, there's a certain type of people that kind of go for that and don't necessarily realize which bits are, say, good advice and which bits are things you shouldn't actually be following at all. And certainly, like, understanding that your situation is always going to be different from somebody else's situation. So even when it comes to taking on good advice, you still got to be careful with it, because just because something works for somebody else, that doesn't mean it's going to work for you, because your situation is going to be different from theirs. So like, even when it comes to taking good advice, it's like you still got to be careful with it. But I feel like there's a lot of people that don't necessarily realize that, and don't always realize or can't always separate the good advice from the bad advice. Here's how it is. White people have Jordan Peterson and black people have Kevin Samuels. I don't know if that's true. I mean, Jordan Peterson isn't necessarily for white people, as far as I can tell. His message isn't for white people. It's generally just how he sees the world, and anybody can take anything from that, whether you're white, black, Asian, whatever. I mean, his sort of a view in the world seems to come from his, I guess, understanding of his travels and things like that. And Peterson is an interesting guy in the sense that I do think he's a very intelligent, very knowledgeable person, but then also feel like that he can get very kind of in his own BS at times as well. And again, it's like, just because somebody's smart and this and the other doesn't mean you have to listen to everything they say. But yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's fair to say Jordan Peterson was for white people. I don't know. I feel like what he was saying wasn't, at least from what I can tell, was intended for anybody. It was just, he just happened to be a white Canadian. You know what I mean? It doesn't mean only white people should listen to him. Anybody can listen to him, like anybody can listen to Kevin Samuels. But when it comes down to it, it's like, understand that just because somebody's intelligent, somebody's smart, somebody knows a lot of things, doesn't mean that everything they say is going to be something for you to take on board. At the end of the day, I ain't getting life advice from a random YouTube channel. And that's good advice. Don't take no damn life advice from some random guy on YouTube because he's got a few thousand subscribers or something like that. Because that's another problem with today's society as well, is that a lot of people look at your follower count and think that that must mean you know what you're talking about. Oh, you got 1 million followers, you must be intelligent, you must know what you're talking about. No. When we got PewDiePie out here with 100 million followers, dude couldn't tell someone was a deaf person when he's watching a video of. Like, when are people gonna realize that it don't matter how many followers you got, it don't stop you from being wrong and or just stupid. You know what I mean? Like, you could have however many followers. That don't mean you can't be wrong. It don't mean you can't make mistakes, and it definitely don't mean you can't be stupid. So, like, come on, people need to stop looking at people's follower count and just taking dumb advice from somebody just because they're popular. Everyone and the aspects of racial groups are gonna gravitate to what's more familiar to them. Okay, come on, fair enough. But yeah. Peterson's an interesting fella. I think he's an interesting fella. But yeah, he was saying some stuff one time. I can't remember what it was, but it was a little bit out there. In fact, yeah, that was it. It was about only eating meats, I think. I think at one time he was going on this meat-only diet, like literally just only eating meat. Let me see if I can find it. Make sure I'm not just misremembering something. Let me see if I can find it. First part of the Jordan Peterson diet is the elimination phase, which calls for at least a 2 months just meat, water, and salt. Okay, so 2 months of just meat, water, and salt. This approach is to carnivore. This approach to carnivore is also called the lion diet or carnivore elimination diet. After 2 months on the elimination diet, Peterson added the greens to create what he called a modified carnivore diet. Okay, so for 2 months it was just nothing but meat, water, and salt. Now I ain't no medical expert or nothing, but I don't know if that's a good idea. That don't sound like a good idea at all. That sounds, I mean, maybe it could be good for something, but in the grand scheme of things, I don't know, man. That don't sound like a good idea at all. That sounds like a terrible idea. I'm trying to read this article a little bit to see if it does anything good. Okay, so here we go. Peterson was first introduced to the benefits of a carnivore diet by his daughter Michaela. By the time she was 22, Michaela had been diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis, bipolar disorder, hypersomnia, Lyme disease, psoriasis, and eczema. She credits carnivore for sending all these diagnoses into remission. So maybe if you have all those things, then a meat-only diet might be a good idea. But if you don't have all those things, maybe don't. You know, maybe don't. I don't know. What do experts say about this? It just sounds like a terrible, terrible idea. Okay, here we go. Should you do the Jordan Peterson diet? The Jordan Peterson diet is an early approach to carnivore eating that has a lot going for it. However, it lacks some important details, namely how critical it is to eat fatty meat. There are more sophisticated, realistic, and sustainable approaches to high-fat, low-carb, meat-centered eating. So skills developed. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Yeah, I don't know, man. It sounds like maybe not. Maybe not. I mean, I like my meat, don't get me wrong, but meat only? Well, meat, salt, was it meat, water, and salt only for 2 months, then have some vegetables afterwards? I don't know. It sounds like a bad idea to me. Without doing the research, I'm just going to say my gut feeling is that it's a terrible idea. Like, I mean, apparently it worked for Michaela, his daughter Michaela, but she had all those diseases and whatever. So maybe if you've got a whole bunch of things wrong with you, it might do something for you then. But I think if you're relatively healthy, then why do something like that? It's like, why take medicine if you're not sick? That's what I'm thinking. Don't take medicine if you're not sick. Don't eat meat only if you don't have a whole bunch of things wrong with you. I think if you've got a whole bunch of things wrong with you, then it's like meat only. Hey, what's the worst that could happen, right? But if you're pretty healthy or relatively healthy, then why make that worse? I understand racial groups gravitate towards what they are used to, but stepping out of the comfort is a good thing to. There is so much information you miss out on by sticking to what you know. Yeah, indeed. He's a Canadian. I didn't know that. Still, I have zero interest, so I could care less about him. I think Jordan has had health issues. Yeah, I think I did see something about he was in a coma or something like that, wasn't he? Maybe that's it. Meat only. maybe yeah. Meat only diet. Nah. I like my meats, but I don't think so. Especially when this dude ended up in a coma or something like that. I don't think so. I don't care how smart you is. I don't think so. But yeah, that's kind of what my point was. Like, you could recognize somebody being intelligent and knowledgeable and knows a bunch of stuff and has a different way of thinking about things, which, whether you agree with or not, it could help you to understand things in different ways as well, right? So, but that doesn't mean that you have to take on board everything they says. And at the end of the day, nobody is perfect. Everybody can get things wrong. Nobody is above making mistakes, you know. And I think sometimes, especially in today's culture, we have this kind of celebrity worship where we deify certain people to the point where we believe they just can't do anything wrong. We do it with like celebrities or social media influencers, you know, and it's not healthy. It's not healthy to put anybody in this kind of category of perfection and believe in everything they say and do is the truth, and nothing could ever challenge that, because nobody is capable of that. Nobody is capable of being right all the time, and ultimately people could only talk from their experiences, and their experiences are not your experiences. So just because something was right for them, that doesn't mean it's going to be right for you, you know. And I just feel like there's a lot of people right now that just don't recognize these nuances, and we're just too quick to just believe everything that somebody says because of this one thing they got right. And it's like, come on, man, it's not a healthy mindset to be in, to have to hold anybody in that kind of esteem to the point where you're not questioning the things that they're saying, you know. Just because somebody's smart, that don't mean they're going to be right all the time. True that. It can be very good and bad. I have my own beliefs and stuff, but I'm always willing to listen to others who think differently because it helps open my mind. Yeah, indeed. Indeed. You know, it's either going to strengthen something that you already know or already believe, or it's going to challenge something that you already believe to the point where maybe you have to ask yourself, is this what I really think? Maybe my opinion has changed. Or maybe there's more to it than I initially realized that I need to look into. But yeah, it's definitely, I think it's always a good idea to, well, maybe not always, let's not get too carried away, but I think it is a good idea to, yeah, listen to people with various opinions and various ideas on things, and try to understand what they're saying, and then come to your own understanding of what it is, and try to figure out where you fall in the whole thing, like where your kind of opinion lies in the whole thing, you know. It should never be about just, oh, he said this, so I'm going to believe that now. How things are now, it's usually best to stay in their own separate corners at some point, especially if there's a strong dislike or hatred. I don't know, man. I mean, I get it. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a comfort in being in your own space, and I do believe everybody should have their time where they can be in their own space, you know, because I do honestly think that's healthy, to have a place where you can just kind of be in your own space, kind of away from the noise, away from what they think, or who thinks that and they're saying this, kind of just your own space to kind of be in your own mind for a while. I think that is a healthy thing to do, but I'll also say it's not necessarily healthy to stay in your own place for too long. It is important to be open to different viewpoints coming through. And yeah, I know there's always gonna be people who hate things and don't like things and don't like this or whatever, and there's not much you can do about that. You know, that's their own thing. But I think for yourself or for ourselves, as much as possible, it's just trying to understand where we are and be okay with where we are. And if we're not okay with where we are, then try to figure out why we're not okay with where we are, and how do we get to a point where we're okay with where we are, you know? If I don't pick sides, you pick a side, you become more biased. Both of us can believe or not believe whatever. I believe mofos should keep their distance away from me as all. Well, I mean, if that's what you really want. You sure though? Because you know they say be careful what you wish for. You just might get it. I mean, I like my alone time, don't get me wrong, but I don't know if I'd want to have people just stay away from me. I don't know if I want to do that. I mean, hey, I'm not saying you shouldn't. That's up to you. I'm just saying personally. I like people. Well, that's not true. I like some people. I like some people. I especially like the people who let me feel their boobs. Those are my favorite people. People who have boobs and let me feel on them are my favorite people in the whole world. But I like other people too. I mean, you don't have to let me feel your boobs for me to like you. I'm not. Come on, man. I'm a gentleman, right? I'm just saying, people who let me feel their boobs are my favorite people. But I like people, you know. But yeah, it's good to have your own time. It's good to be alone, and then come back out into the world and see if I can meet more people who let me feel their boobs. You know, so that's how I see it. That's why I go through life. Well, I try. Back in the day, maybe not so much these days. It's not good. If the anxiety gets so bad, I spend months trapped in my own house. Be careful what you wish for. Oh, that's another aspect to consider as well. You know, if you have like really bad anxiety or anything along those lines, then yeah, that could be something to consider as to how much alone time you have. But yeah, it's like if I was working in an office, like, you know, a lot of people doing the whole work from home thing. And I was kind of thinking that if I was still working in an office, would I want to work from home? And I mean, I don't know. I think there's definitely perks to working from home and definitely benefits to working from home. Like, you don't have to travel into work, you know, you don't have to do all that whole thing, and you can just kind of sit in your gym jams and do whatever you need to do, right? You know, so there's definitely like benefits and perks to working from home. But I don't know if I'd want to do it long term though. Like, so yeah, I mean, my little brother who's working from home, like, he has like, I think like 2 days at home and then 3 days in his office. Or it might be the other way around, I'm not sure. But yes, part home, part in the office. I feel like that might not be that's maybe not a not such a bad way to do it. That way you can still have some of the benefits of working from home, but then you're not completely devoid of just having some kind of human company as well. So I feel like that's a good balance, like part at home, part in the office. Doug, my wish was granted years ago. Okay. I welcome all cash, plants, and animals. Well, I've got plants. I don't got no animals, and I ain't got no cash. Well, actually, that's a lie. I do have some cash. Just some. Yeah. Okay, cool. I mean, if you're, like I say, if you're happy with that, well, I'm not sure happy is the right word to use, but if you're okay with that, then hey, I ain't here to judge nobody, man. As an introvert lone wolf bastard, this pandemic has been okay. Enjoying it. Okay. Yeah. But you have I mean, mean, I think you said you have a sister, right? That you went on a holiday with. So I guess you're not completely alone, right? I'm pretty sure saying the other day you went on a holiday with your sister to Texas, or was it Mississippi? So I guess you're not completely alone. I mean, you got people in your life, right? You got a few people in your life at least. Sometimes I might be introvert. Yeah, I think a lot of us, myself included, have kind of introverted, well, either are introverts or just have introverted tendencies. You know, and that's not a bad thing, I don't think. But, you know, it's part of how we understand ourselves and being aware of ourselves and being aware of why we might do certain things or not do certain things for that matter. But yeah, it's just part of life and understanding life as best as we can. It was actually great for my anxiety. I spent 5 days outdoors. It was great for me. Awesome. I ain't never been camping. Well, not really anyway. I've been to a campsite where you stayed at, but it wasn't really camping. But you guys had like tents and everything, and it rained, I think, at one time. Did you have to hunt for foods though? Did it get that? Did it get like that where you had to be like, oh look, we run out of biscuits, we have to go hunt for food? So I could find one of these like rabbits or something. Actually, I don't know. You might not be. Rabbits are hard to hunt, I think. They're quite fast. But no, maybe you could catch some ants though. I think ants are quite easy to catch. But they're not filling. You have to catch a bunch of ants. You're going to eat ants. Because they're tiny. I'm an introvert. I keep my circle small, but I cherish those in my small circle. Yeah, so 4 of us went to Texas, and those people I don't fuck with, don't want to, can't stand the family trip-ish. I already know what you like. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, enough. Well, family could be a lot of things. Not all good. I know that. I'm hunting if you mean I spend loads in the corner shop. Did you share though? Or was it like did you come back saying with like 1 pack of biscuits and saying, oh, that's all I bought, just 1 pack of biscuits? Unfortunately, I have a sister. I wished I had a brother or was the only child. Ah, I see. Wow. We don't always get what we wish for. But we can make the best, well, we can try to make the best of the situation we're dealt. I'm gonna let you just manhandle a rabbit. I just got back. That was what I heard, or at least that's what I thought I heard. I mean, to be fair, if you don't want to get pregnant, manhandling a rabbit is probably a good idea. Just saying. Just saying. Just saying. That might be a good idea to get one of those. It's a lot safer, right? And I don't know if it's as good. Maybe it depends on which one you get, right? But you know, it will at least take care of what it needs to take care of, right? So just get one with a rechargeable battery though, because boy, you don't be spending all that money on Duracell. You know what I mean? Times are hard right now. Times are hard. So make sure it's got that lithium battery built in. Just plug it into the USB port when you're done with it. Leave it overnight. Be ready in the morning. Be fine. Be fine. I didn't get to eat my goodies. The downsides to 10 life. No hiding places. Oh well. Oh well. I guess you have to eat it all before you get back from the shop. A good thing about camping, I drank wine every night. Yeah, I was thinking about the other day. I'm taking trips where I'll enjoy it with just me. You should do it. I mean, I don't know if you've done it already, but if you haven't, you should. I mean, traveling alone, I think, is a good thing. I feel like everybody should travel alone. Not, you know, I mean, I don't want to say all the time because, you know, it's good to travel with people as well. But maybe in your case, Brexit, it's good to travel alone all the time. You might prefer it that way. But yeah, no, seriously though, traveling alone, I think is something everybody should do. Going to a different country, and yeah, on your own, a country, maybe a place where you don't really know anybody, you know, things like that. Do that on your own every now and then. Just kind of be in your own space in a different world. Nobody knows you. You don't know nobody. Just kind of walking around town. Don't, you know, tour guide and stuff like that. Just go to another country and just wander. You know what I mean? Just go to, get yourself a hotel or whatever, or a place to stay for a few days and just wander. You know, don't have to be nothing fancy. No fancy hotel and that. Because at the end of the day, you're not going to spend all your time in the hotel anyway. But just a place to put your bags and a place to sleep. That's all you need. So as long as the door locks, you're good to go. You know, go to another country and just wander around. You know, just wander around. I feel like that is something everybody should do. That's something everybody should do, is go to another country and just wander around and see what happens. You might get lost. And that might be the best thing that ever happens to you. Or you might not get lost. I mean, maps and GPS is pretty common these days, so... Number 7. Number 7? I'm not sure what you mean by that, Brax. Oh wait, number 7 is in your family. Okay, gotcha. In your brothers and sisters, you're number 7. I'll say what you mean. Right. What does a deaf person and a gynecologist have in common? They both read lips. Yeah, okay. I haven't had means to do it yet. I remember going to the coffee shop by myself, given how bad my anxiety was. That was a huge deal for me. I'm the youngest sibling. I'm number 7, meant to say. Okay, that's cool. I got you. The youngest. Oh. Did you know? In fact, you know what? Before I say it, because I actually don't know if this is true. I haven't actually looked it up. Let me just look it up real quick, because it might not be true, and if it's not true, I don't want to spread misinformation. Yeah, here we go. Is true. So, did you know that the dildo, or at least the modern day dildo, that we all know and love today, that was actually originally designed as a cure for hysteria. It was originally designed as a way to cure women from hysteria. So, what would happen is that they would go to, women would be hysterical, right? Go to their doctors, and their doctors apparently got tired of using their fingers. So that's how the dildo came about, and that's how, well, at least the modern day dildo. There's been dildos around for many years prior to that, but the modern sort of design of the dildo that we kind of have today, that originally was created as a cure for women's hysteria. We're gonna look up what a chainsaw was originally intended for. Oh, you know what? I did look that up at one time, actually. Yes, yeah, it was oh, what was it again? It was let me try and remember before I look it up, before I hit the press button. But it was something to do, it was a medical thing. I think it was something to do with C-sections? No. That wasn't it. That wasn't it. But yeah, okay, here we go. It was originally created as a cut-through bone to assist with childbirth. So yeah, maybe it might have been the I mean, it doesn't say C-section here specifically, but yeah, I remember seeing that. I remember reading that the chainsaw was created to assist with childbirth, to cut through bone. Though it wasn't like, I mean, the modern day chainsaw that we use now, there wasn't that big monstrous machine. It was a lot smaller, and it was like, I think it was hand powered or something. Let me see if I can find a picture. Yeah, it would have been hand powered. But let's see here. There you go. That's what it would have looked like. But even still, even still, imagine like you're pregnant and the doctor's coming at you with this. I want a hand power machine coming for you. Right. That would have been a sight, though. I feel like if you saw the doctor coming at you with this, though, you'll just give birth. You know what I mean? Like, doctor be like, "Yep, we're gonna have to help you with this childbirth thing." Gets this chainsaw out. You're like, "Oh, you know what? we good. We good." Baby just comes out. You know. Maybe that's what happened back then. Baby was like, "Nope. Let me just go get out of here. Let me come out of this. No. Doctor be like, It was apparently made to make the job easier for men. Yo, you know what? I can believe that. Yep, I can believe that. I can believe that. Oh. Oh, here's another picture of it, actually. This might be a better picture. Or a clearer picture, I should say. Man, imagine a doctor coming at you with that. Oof. Yeah. That just hurts looking at, you know what I mean? That hurts just looking at that picture. My best objective and stick up for men. And I hear stuff like this and I'm like, I hate you. I mean, yeah. But yeah, apparently I was just seeing it a moment ago, but yeah, so the dildo, I said a modern dildo was about hysteria, but apparently dildos have been around for hundreds of thousands of years. I just saw something a moment ago. Here we go. I mean, hundreds of thousands, my bad, 30,000. So the fascinating history of the dildos. Some of the earliest dildos humans have found existed around 30,000 years ago. Okay, I'm not going to read this whole article. It's a bit long. There we go. So 30,000 years ago, okay, so I found 28,000-year-old stone penis-looking objects they suspect was used for sexual purposes and for knapping flints, meaning banging two rocks together to make tools. Oh, okay, cool. Okay, so you'd make some tools, and then when you're done, you give it to your wife to tool herself. Probably like some dude who was like making tools all day, and wife's be like, "But I'm horny," and he's like, "I'm tired. I've been making tools all day," and the wife's like, "Oh, but I want some." He's like, "I tell you what, take this. Just take this." But yeah, 30,000-year-old dildos. That is a thing. That is a thing. So let's see. Today we watched a movie. We watched a horror comedy movie, Return of the Living Dead 2. We talked about gangbangs. We talked about weird things to jerk off to. We talked about religion, and now we talked about dildos. So yeah, when I said we've got range, we've got range on this channel. So you got range. What is needed, men do tends to sort themselves out and leave us unfinished. Well, I mean, yeah. I'm just saying though, it's like, listen, you gotta hurry up. You just gotta hurry up. Can't be taking all like 2 minutes. Like, you gotta hurry up. Been working all day. You know, you lucky you can get these 30 seconds, you know what I mean? Man's tired. Better hurry up. You better hurry up. Normal Monday night for us, indeed. Indeed. But with that said, yeah, I think it is time to start winding down and wrapping up. We've been going for over 4 hours. It's getting late. So yeah. We certainly do talk about some topics there, for real, for real. So, I should hopefully be streaming again on Thursday, doing some video games on Thursday evening. If you could join me for that, it'd be awesome. If I get time and the wherewithal, I might even post a video during the week as well. We'll see. We'll see. May even do an impromptu live stream from the car if I can this week at some point. We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, trying to, at the very least, I'll try and do another live stream this Thursday. Play a little bit more Gears of War 4 on then. But yeah, for now, guys, you have been awesome as always. I appreciate you and all that you do. Thank you for keeping me company. Thank you for keeping it lively. Till whenever, if ever. Peace.